Okay, hey guys, so I don't know, the video keeps pausing, but let me get the song description for anybody who wants to listen. So, Banga Congo, Tosibana. Yeah, so that's the song. I mean, You know that's a Congolese song because the Congolese are always waving their flag, you know. Even when you go to the Congolese parties, the Congos are always waving their flag. It's so funny. But anyway, yeah, so that's the song right there. So if anybody wants to listen to that after the stream or do more research, they can do that. Again, I have no idea what's happening, but all of a sudden, I just plugged my laptop in. All of a sudden, it wants to say that it's not plugged in. So I'm going to fix that on my end. But yeah, welcome everybody for being here. Today the topic is the East African community going to colonize Congo, right? And the last time every boy called me out and he was like, this is clickbait. This is clickbait. We're not colonizing nobody. And I'm like, yeah, I know. The right word is not colonize, but I mean, the actions can be equated, okay, not equated to colonization, but I mean, it's kind of close if you think about it, right? It's kind of close. So, for everybody who's new here, the East African community, I think, consists of, I think, 6 or 7 East African countries. And they're basically coming together like a nation state. So they're coming together like, yeah, like a power state, basically, like something like the EU, but not really, kind of like that. They have different initiatives. They're trying to come together monetarily, militarily, through trade. So that's basically what the East African community is, right? Now, let me actually see who's part of it. I know Tanzania is part of it, Kenya, Burundi, Rwanda, and I know I'm missing somebody. So let me actually see who I'm missing. Well, now it's Congo, but I mean, like, who else is in there? Okay, so right here, it shows the countries that are in here. So it is Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda. Oh, okay. And the headquarters is in Arusha, Tanzania. Okay, all right. So I get Tanzania being in this because out of all these countries in here, Tanzania I think has the pure. Should I say it? People are gonna get offended. Okay, whatever. I don't mean the people have the purest heart, but I mean out of all the countries in here, I think the Tanzanian government has the purest heart. Like they have the best intentions. That's what I'm saying. And I said what I said. So if you want to get offended by that, that's cool. But I'm just saying from what I've seen in the past, the Tanzanian government is the one who wanted to do this in the first place. So they seem like the ones that are not going to be as exploitative. But I mean, some of these other countries in here are kind of random, like Burundi. There's a lot of issues going on in Burundi right now. Burundi went through very similar things that Rwanda did, but Burundi didn't get the help that Rwanda got, right? So I find it interesting how Burundi is in this because I've never really paid attention to any of these other countries, specifically in this union, caring about Burundi, but they're here in Burundi saying that they care about them. So that's interesting. But anyway, yeah, Uganda is in there too. Makes sense. And who else? Oh, Kenya. I feel like this is the unspoken rule, but Kenya is gonna be the boss. Let's be honest here. Tanzania is the one everybody likes, but Kenya is gonna be the boss because Kenya is the one with money, right? And Rwanda is good too, but Rwanda, I see Kagame, I think, see, and this is the thing that I don't understand, right? Because Kagame, whether you like him or not, I mean, he's pro Rwanda and he has always been pro Rwanda, and I love him for being pro Rwanda, but I don't understand how someone who's so pro Rwanda is also in this East African community because we know what some Rwandans are doing to Congo and Uganda. So it's like, how are you now in a community with them? It's just weird. Like, I don't really understand the whole political aspect of it. But anyway, what was my point? I was going on a tangent. Oh, right. Okay, so I think my point was I don't really understand Rwanda being in this, because Rwanda seems to be like a very insular type of country. So I'm not really sure why they're in this. I guess they want to open their horizons and broaden their horizons and try something new. I have no idea. Uh, Maybe it's the military aspect of it. I don't know, but I'm kind of shocked that I'm just saying I'm really kind of shocked that Rwanda joined this, because I just didn't really expect that. You know, maybe with Rwanda, it's more of them joining it because it was a regional initiative. So they're like, okay, we're already in East Africa, so we might as well join. Maybe that's the reason why Rwanda decided to join, but I'm still a bit confused on why Rwanda is in it. So, anyways, Uganda's in it because Uganda needs the money. Um, Tanzania's in it because Tanzania really, they're too nice, so I guess they have to be in this. Kenya's in it because they want to dominate everybody else. South Sudan is in it because they're all, I guess they also are in trouble a little bit. And yeah, so this is the thing. And Burundi obviously needs the help as well. So this is the thing. Where does Congo come into all of this, right? Congo is in Central Africa. Okay? Them Congolese with the good hips. You know, the Congolese with the good hips. You know, with the colorful dressing. You guys all seen Congolese people. They dress very interesting. But yeah, the Congolese with the good hips. Um, they're in Central Africa. So I'm just wondering what happened that Congo was chosen to be part of the East African community. And this is where East Africans, I'm saying this so you don't have to say it, right? I'm saying this for you so you don't have to say it, because I know some of you guys are thinking it, but you don't want to say it because it's not good for your brand. So I'll say it on behalf of you. I know, I know the predatory nature that's gonna happen. I already know. I already know it's gonna happen. Why? Because no offense to some of you East Africans, and you've done this even on some of these streams. So you can't now come and say, oh, I'm making this up. You can't say I'm making this. I've heard some of you guys speak, yeah? East Africans specifically. I'm not even talking, surprisingly, I'm not even talking about the Horn Africans. I'm specifically talking about the East Africans themselves. The Eastern Bantus, the Nilots, whatever. I'm talking about them. I'm not talking about the Horn Africans. I'm actually speaking about the East Africans, right? East Africans on these live streams have said some of the most horrible thing about Congolese people. I'm just being honest. Okay? I am just being honest here. You guys have said some of the most horrible things about Congolese people. They're not your brothers. They don't come from you. They were docile. That's why they got colonized. I've heard some of the most weirdest things that you guys have said about your Central African brothers. But now all of a sudden you're in a community and you guys are all getting along and you guys are all happy. Like, okay. I mean, I wasn't born that long ago, but I wasn't born yesterday. You know? And I guess some people don't understand what I'm saying. So let me go ahead and just share my screen for a bit so you guys could know the country. Even though I listed the countries, I think it's also better if you guys actually see it. So this is what I'm talking about right here. South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda. So literally like the east of Africa, right? And then Congo is literally Central Africa. It's literally in the heart of Africa. Like it's in the middle of Africa, right? So my thing is, it's like, the East Africa community didn't even get the other, let's say, other East African countries, such as, let's say, Ethiopia, Eritrea. I know I say Eritrea weird, but I like saying it that way. Eritrea, um, even just Sudan. Well, Sudan technically is North Africa, but anyways, they didn't even get like the other East African countries in the East African community. So I'm just wondering, where does Congo come into this? And then when you ask these East Africans, again, they can sit here and deflect all day, but when you literally ask them, so where does Congo come into play? They'll say things like, oh, well, Congo has the resources. So I'm just like, so this is not really about you love your brother so much because they're your brother, because technically they're not your brother if they come from Central Africa. You're telling me the reason why you're tolerating this is solely because of resources? I mean, I mean, if Congo is okay with it, then I guess I need to be quiet, because they're clearly okay with people basically saying they mostly only want them to join their community because of the resources. I mean, if they're cool with that, then I'm cool with it. But I'm just saying, like, I just find it to be very, very funny, right? I just find it to be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. So it's like, okay, so long as your brother has resources, that's when it's cool for them to be your brother. But other than that, who cares about them? Got it. Okay, I understand. I understand now. I understand now. All I hope and pray is that Congo does not continue to get taken advantage of by some of these other countries. That's all I can hope and pray for. You know, I mean, it sometimes it is hard to have sympathy for Congo, but then at the other points in times, you really think about what Congo is currently going through, and you happen to still have sympathy for Congo. So there's a really humanistic side in me that is just like, I hope that the East African community does not take too much advantage of Congo. That's just all that I hope and pray for. But you know, we're gonna be going a bit deeper into that. Before I go any further, I'm going to see, I tried to play a clip earlier and was pausing, so let me try once more. I want to actually play the East African clip of them talking about what they're doing. You know, so they can explain it themselves. You know, they can explain it themselves. And by the way, I'm nothing against Kenyans, but Kenyans, I mean, you really need to watch how Kenya is gonna treat these people. Let's.
The founders of the East African community envisioned a region that would grow into a prosperous, competitive, secure, stable, and politically united community. 20 years later, true to their dreams and aspirations, EAC is the fastest growing regional economic bloc in Africa. With an expansive market spanning a combined GDP of 193 billion US dollars
Fair
and a
use, fair
hardworking
use.
and youthful population of over 177 million.
But looking at the very specific issues in terms of why it is stated to be one of the fastest growing, one is because of the resources that we have in the community in East Africa, natural resources.
We continue to cooperate with other partner states on also improving our roads, the railway systems, the waterways, air transport. All this really to ensure that we have smooth movement of people and goods.
A total of 17 key priority infrastructure projects in the areas of transport, cross-border operations, energy, and ICT, aimed at deepening integration, have been identified out of an approved set of 286 projects by the various EAC heads of state joint retreats on infrastructure development and financing over the years, the most recent having been held in 2018.
Total required investment to implement these projects was about $78 billion for the next 10 years and beyond.
By 2012, Dar es Salaam port could only manage to handle 13 million tons a year, and that is stored capacity by then. But within 1 decade, the modernization and expansion of Dar es Salaam port, for instance, has enabled it to go to the capacity of handling 30 million tons, which is over 130% increase within 1 decade, which is, I'm sure, one of the significant records across the globe.
Over the last 5 years, the Mombasa cargo volume's throughput performance has steadily grown with a compound annual rate of 5.7% from 27.36 million tons in 2016 to 34.12 million tons in 2020.
If we adopted the railway system and revived it and also implemented the master plan, we would grow our economies to a level of 7.5 to 8% per annum. And this will change what we call the per capita income of most of the East African member communities and their people.
For STR, it's much faster. Also, I think it's much cheaper because traveling from here to Mombasa using a bus, it's about 1,800 bob, while using STR, it's 1,000 bob. Now, saving 800, it's a lot.
Average transport costs for a 20-foot container from Mombasa to Kampala has fallen by about 30% from $2.9 per kilometer in 2010 to $2.1 per kilometer in 2020. And Mombasa to Kigali has reduced by about 50% from $3.9 per kilometer in 2010 to $2 per kilometer in 2020.
To make it much more easier for these countries to be able to do business within East Africa, but also improve the lives of people within East Africa. As a country, we have to develop a much more reliable, efficient transport. If you go to the retailer, 40% of what you pay as a final consumer is 40% is for the logistic cost. So if you're able to cut maybe 50% or 40% of this cost, you improve a lot in terms of the price to the final consumer.
So if we have ease of movement across, and we have our ports being very efficient, no extraordinary costs that are being lumped onto the manufacturer, I mean, it means better returns for the manufacturers. It also means we can pass the same benefits onto our consumers.
Several kilometers of new roads have been built, with others being upgraded across the various partner states within the cities and across the borders. The East African community has built one-stop border posts across the borders of partner states to ease cross-border travel and trade. Nationals of EAC partner states do not need visa while traveling to other partner states. The 11 out of 15 completed operational one-stop border posts, or SBPs, along the various border points amongst the partner states, together with harmonized road transport regulations, have all eased movement of people, goods, and services, thereby saving time, reducing transport costs, as envisaged in the East African Community Common Market Protocol.
Hapo nyuma tulikuwa na shida sana kwa barabara, lakini kwa sababu kuna barabara ilikuwa inatoka Voi mpaka Taveta ilikuwa mbaya sana. Na wakati iliwekwa lami, saa hii inakuwa tu ni 1 hour from Voi to Taveta. Alafu kama tungeweza barabara kutoka Tanzania side mpaka Rusumo border, kama inaweza kutengenezwa vile hii ya Voi imetengenezwa, kazi ingekuwa rahisi sana.
A day, we quantify that you are losing $100 a day. So multiply by how many days? So before the investment in infrastructure, some of the clearance at the border would take maximum of 7 days. Currently, we're talking about hours.
Now, with automations within the region, all our custom systems are interfaced. So this one they are talking, they're exchanging data. This has also relatively reduced a significant time, clearance time, as well as costs.
Integrating other infrastructure components within the transit corridors is providing an important appreciation of the integrated nature of the infrastructure sector in the region.
So the Rusumo is one of the East African power pool project. So we are going to pool that power into the local people around in Tanzania, the local people around in Rwanda, but also in Burundi. It gives us a very good lesson that we can implement such a project, an integrated project, which can also benefit the all participants, and in this case, the three countries.
While majority of these projects have been financed internally and externally, public-private partnerships and more funding from development partners will be key components to further the development of new, sustainable, and competitive transport and trade. infrastructure projects in the region.
Currently, we have established a framework, our technical working group between the East African Community and the East African Business Council, which is the apex body of the private sector in East Africa. And this network is meant to identify some gaps and see how we need to strengthen the role of private sector in engagements.
In the years ahead, ESC will continue to build on the progress made so far, guided by the ESC Vision 2050, where all citizens enjoy sustainable socio-economic growth, poverty reduction, international and intra-regional trade facilitation, and deepened regional integration. East African Community, one people, one destiny.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what happened just there. But yeah, what I was saying basically was, like if you're a North African, right, or if you're a Horn African, I'm not necessarily even talking about you in this video because you're not even part of the community yet, right? So it's not actually even you. I'm actually questioning the other people that said that they want the Congo in there, but they don't interact with Congo at all. Like from what I've noticed, I don't really see them interacting with Congo. So it's like, what is this all about? And I actually think that because I was even thinking, I was like, Somalia didn't join, Ethiopia didn't join, Eritrea didn't join. And at first I was kind of like, okay, well, why wouldn't they join if this is their region? But now I'm thinking about it, and maybe they strategically are not thinking about joining yet because they want to know how it's going to play out before they relinquish their power, right? Before they relinquish their sovereignty, before they decide to be part of this community, they maybe want to see and they want to observe how it's going to work out between those other 5 to 6 member states. So at first I was making fun of, some of the other East Africans. I was like, why aren't they joining? They should join. But now that I'm thinking about it, maybe they actually did the smartest thing that they could do, you know? Maybe they were actually thinking ahead. Just maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Now, some people will say things like, oh, the East African community, this is brand new. And I'm just like, but how can you guys be saying that this is brand new? But you guys are the same people that said that Julius Nyerere has been working on this for centuries. So which one is it? Which one is it? Are you saying that this development is brand new or is it not? Was it something that was in the works for over 30 years or was it not? Because that's another aspect that confuses me. When you ask some East Africans, they'll be like, oh, this is brand new, we're just starting this. But then if you go through actual records, this isn't brand new. So which one is it? I just wanted some clearance on that as well. Now, this has definitely again, and this is one of the reasons why I love, even though I don't know him, I love Julius Nyerere, because he to me was the guy that really thought about this and really tried to get this together. But I guess there were certain like conflicts and um just certain things that some countries had to deal with right after independence, that this wasn't a possibility to happen. But I feel like if Narera was alive today, this would have been something that would have happened like instantly, right? So, anyways, according to this article, they're saying that the East African community was created in 2001. Um, this federation features a single currency, which is that true? Because I know in Tanzania they use the shilling, Kenya they use the shilling. Rwanda, I think they have their own currency, don't they? So, I mean, if the aim is to use one single currency, then that's hasn't been done. So, is that something that they're eventually thinking about? Anyway, common language, which I think, to be honest, they did get the common language thing together. So I'll give them credit. They have gotten the common language thing together. And then they also say a shared regional initiatives such as technology, research, education, and tourism. And, when it comes to these things, I'm not going to lie as well. The technology sector is looking pretty good. Um, Research and education, Rwanda is doing very well. Tourism is doing okay. I mean, well, with the exception of Kenya, and out of that whole region, I think it's only Kenya that really has a significance in tourism. So maybe the other East African communities, countries are going to learn from Kenya and their tourism sector. I don't know. Okay. But again, I still can't help. And again, I don't mean to be such a bully, but then I also like to ride for the underdogs, right? So I still can't help but to think that, Kenya is thriving. Tanzania is not thriving. They're doing okay, but they're not thriving, right? Rwanda is doing okay on paper, but economically, they're not. Like the country is good, right? Like the way it's being run and organized is good, but economically, they don't have a lot of resources either. Burundi is in a mess, a huge mess that nobody ever seems to care about. Congo has so many internal issues. Uganda seems to be doing okay. So it's like out of all of these 6 countries, like maybe only 2 or 3 are doing, maybe let's say 1 is really soaring. The other 2 or 3 are doing okay, but then there's 2 that are in complete disarray. So I'm just like, is any of that being addressed? You know, that boring video that I played in the beginning, you would have thought, oh, the development is happening everywhere. The technology is happening everywhere. The advancement is happening everywhere. But I only see it happening in Kenya. So I'm just a bit confused here. Okay, I'm just a bit confused here. And anyways, again, Somalis, Eritreans. I know I say your guys' name weird, but you know, Eritreans, Somalis, Eritreans, who else? Oh, Ethiopians. Maybe you guys were actually smart in not being so quick to join this. Like, I'm really starting to gear towards that. Like, maybe they were smart not to do that because, anyway, this article is way too long, so I'm just going to read just a bit of it. But he's saying this paper discusses the East African community model as an extension of Pan-Africanism. It's used as a prototype for economic integration in other African regions and a reciprocal benefit of mutual cooperation with the African diaspora. Okay. I could be mistaken, right? But I don't remember of any major like military initiatives that are happening in that part of Africa. Again, I could be mistaken, but if anyone wants to correct me, I don't remember Kenya's military ever being significant, or Tanzania's, or Rwanda's, or just I don't remember. So when they're talking about military corporation, do they mean that all of their militaries are going to come together and join as one? Like, what do they mean by that? Because I don't really understand that. Single currency, I guess that's something that's happening, so that's good. Single language, I mean, they have done the single language thing very well. Cannot take away from that, right? But yep. So they're saying, anyways, this was created in June 2001. The headquarters are in Arusha, and we all know why that's significant because of Julius Nyerere. In fact, a lot of people don't know this, but Julius Nyerere, in the when Kwame Nkrumah, right, was trying to do the whole United States of Africa thing, he was speaking to Julius Nyerere and things were good, but then in the end, Julius Nyerere and Dr. Kwame Nkrumah actually had a falling out. It wasn't like a tragic falling out, but it was a bit of a falling out because Dr. Kwame Nkrumah started to realize that Julius Nyerere was mostly only interested in like East Africa unification. So that really bothered Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. That really made him upset. So they had a falling out after that. But anyways, one of these days I think I'll go deeper into the whole Julius Nyerere. Like, I really respect that man a lot. He did so much for Tanzania. Like, he just whew. I like Julius Nyerere more than I like Uhuru Kenyatta. That's how much I love Julius Nyerere. Anyways. So yeah, these are the 5 countries that are coming together. There was a ceremony signing of peace and all of that, which is interesting. And, you know, I mean, I guess if we're talking about peace, you know, Rwanda, Uganda, and Tanzania have been doing a really good job. Actually, wait, let me scratch that. Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya, I guess, have been really doing a good job with peace. South Sudan needs some help. So does Burundi, but anyway. So anyways, this article goes on to say that one of the reasons why the East African community is really also effective is because a lot of the countries in here had integration with the exception of Rwanda, I believe most of these countries had integration from Britain. So it was kind of easier for them to get along because of there weren't too many like major cultural differences between these countries. So that's one of the reasons why they were able to get along and do significantly well. And what else? I'm trying to see what else is in this article that's significant because I don't have time to read the whole thing. Oh, okay, so then he basically goes on to say that this is also a good model that the rest of the continent should follow. And I don't think it's fair to say that because no offense, but the East African community is only like what 5-6 countries. That's really small. So it's like, are you saying that the rest of Africa should be in 5 to 6 country blocks? Because I mean that's not happening. So I don't really I don't see this is the thing. I think what I'm trying to do, and guys, I apologize. I don't know how much of my audio cut up in the beginning, so I might have to repeat a little bit of what I said because I don't know if you guys heard it before. But what I'm saying, right, is especially a lot of East Africans who are in this East African community already, like their countries are already in this organization, they'll have so much like positive propaganda on this, like this is a paradise, this is amazing, everyone else needs to do this. And some of us are just looking at them like, do what exactly? Like, what exactly do you mean? Because all of us have our own regions already. So if you just started doing this, we're happy for you, but what are you bragging about? Like I just don't understand what they're bragging about. They're like, "Oh my gosh, East Africa community is so amazing. It's so good." I'm like, "In what aspect is it so amazing?" Can you give me 2 things that are so amazing about it? I just want to know. Other than saying that it's so amazing because it's happened, I mean, what significant significant thing has the East African community done? Like, no offense. Like, collectively. Don't talk to me about their trading together. So is every other region. Every other region is trading too. That's not special. Okay. What military initiatives have people will say, okay, well, the Kenyans had their troops going into Somalia. And I'm just like, okay, what else? Like what major significance has the East African community done other than Swahili? See, I'll give it to you, right? I'll give it to you. The Swahili thing is very impressive. I will never take that away from you, ever. But I'm saying, in actual significance, what has the East African community done? Like, I'm just asking. I'm just trying to counter some of the extreme positive propaganda that some people are putting on here. Like, I just want to know, with all due respect. When you go on the East African community website, even some of their documents are so ambiguous. Okay, it's not really clear. Okay, not ambiguous. Let me say evasive. Okay, it's not really my bad. It's not really clear. It's not really clear on what they want to do or what they want to say. Let me give you guys an example. So if you go on their website and you go on e-resources and you go on EAC documents, and let's say you want to go on key documents, right? I mean, like, I understand, like, I understand them. Okay. Okay, let's just take a look at this, right? Let me see if I can open it. Or I have to download it. Okay, let me just try to share this 1 second. How do I even share that? Oh, here. Wow. Okay. Okay, so basically the budget is economic recovery through industrialization and inclusive growth. And this is just way too much information over here. I'm trying to see if I can find any actual figures that show what is actually going on or what's happening. Okay, so this was for 2021, 2022. Okay, so the impact of COVID-19 have been devastating. Manufacturing and agriculture sectors have been affected due to the disruption of a global supply chains in the fall of a global demand for high exporting goods such as horticultural produce. As a result, during the year of 2020, exports of goods shrank in all EAC partner states. For example, exports from Kenya and Uganda contracted by 7.6% and 1.7% respectively. Okay, so basically, well, I know this is a bit dated because we're in 2022 now, but there were some disruptances that were happening in early 2020 in the East African community. So yeah, that was something that they were trying to deal with. Um, anyways, but they were speaking about this in 2022 and about kind of like some of the disruptions that were happening in 2020. So I'm assuming that um from the time that this happened, they haven't actually recovered or they're trying to recover. And that actually might be another reason why there's such a pressure to continue to unite. There's such a pressure to continue to come together and do blah 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 because there was an actual disruption that happened um, during the pandemic. And again, these are one of the areas of Africa. Um, I'm not gonna say that they don't have a lot of resources, but uh, let's just say some of these countries specifically that are in the East African community right now, resources are definitely not there. They're not rich in resources, basically. Okay. Burundi doesn't have significant resources. I'm not saying that they don't have resources, but they don't have significant resources. Rwanda does not have significant resources. Okay. That's not a secret. Nobody needs to get offended by that. Kenya does not have significant resources. I believe Tanzania does. Um, South Sudan does. And who else is in it? Uganda has their land and they have a couple of other resources, but I know Uganda's most important resource is their actual green land, right? Um, So really, it's not really a resource-rich community in that aspect as compared to other communities as well. So I do find that aspect to be very, very interesting. Again, this is another reason why when you speak to a lot of them, they say, "Oh, this is why Kenya needed to be a part. This is why Kenya needed to, be involved." Is that's exactly the reason because no, did I say Kenya? My bad. This is why Rwanda needs to be involved because really, did I say Rwanda? My bad. This is why Congo needs to be involved because when you really think about it, no offense, but some of these other countries, like what resources do they actually have other than good technology and maybe their people, their workforce? They don't really have a lot of significant resources. So let's just watch
Country, part and parcel of the EAC.
Community and the Democratic Republic of Congo on the admission of the DRC into the EAC have commenced in Nairobi. The 10-day negotiations follow the conclusion of a verification mission by the EAC to DRC mid last year. The community's heads of state gave the green light for the matter to be expedited at the 18th Extraordinary Summit of the EAC Heads of State held last year on 22nd December.
In terms of the roadmap of the process, this is the 8th stage, because in the roadmap there was 10 stages, and this is the 8th one, which is basically negotiation. The 9th stage will be the council themselves looking at the report that will be coming out of this process. And the 10th and the final stage will be the heads of states meeting to consider the report and admit DRC into the East African community. All these things must happen in line with the directive of the heads of states, must happen between now and end of this month in January.
We are very, very well aware that like a building, like a house that initially had 6 rooms, we are doing an extension to bring in the 7th room. Just like in the house, it is the foundation of that structure that will hold.
The launch of the commencement of negotiations between the EAC and the DRC was attended by Christophe Lutundula, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs for the DRC.
Je suis venu ici envoyé par le chef de l'État et le Premier ministre.
He spoke on the unity that will result from the DRC becoming part of the EAC, suggesting that the member countries should adopt the EAC anthem in favor of their national anthems to foster oneness.
It is an opportunity where I think we need to have a lot of conversation, candidness, what I would call tough love in terms of the...
I'm not trying to villainify the EAC specifically, but at the same time, this is just so random. Like Congo joining the EAC is so random. And then when you speak to a lot of members of the EAC, they continuously just say, "Oh yeah, the reason why we want them to join is because of the resources." So I'm just like, okay, so they're fine with you just basically saying that, like they're okay with that? Wow. I mean, if Congo is okay with that, then Congo, you're on your own. Don't ask anybody else for help. Don't ask anybody else to be there for you. Like some people have expressed that they really don't care about you, but they only care about you because you have resources and you're there like, "Oh, okay. Well, if it's okay by you, then please don't complain if something happens. Like, please do not complain." Like, that's all I have to say for the Congos.
The issues that you have in place, and I think with the Democratic Republic of Congo, given the proximity to the existing EAC members and many other factors, there are more things that we have in common than that are there to divide or to separate us.
That's not
the EAC.
And no offense to him, but that's not what I hear. That's not what I hear from some of these panels. So I just find it very interesting how now they're like, oh, we have more in common than what separates us. But that's not what I hear you guys talk about. But anyway.
Is home to 177 million citizens. The DRC will add 80 million to that figure, bringing the total market size of the community to more than 200.
And I also wanted to ask the members of the East African community. So now that you're adding Congo to this community, right? Doesn't that mean that you're kind of responsible for some of the things that are happening in Congo? Doesn't that mean that you should be working to help Congo more? Like there should be more of an expectation for you to actually be more involved in Congo's affairs? Isn't that an expectation?
50 million. Alex Mwangi, and TV.
Because I would assume, see, this is the thing. I'm not saying that they should go in there and they should take over Congo and like be the leader of Congo and tell Congo what to do. But what I'm also saying is, where would the support actually benefit Congo? Like, where would that come from? Is there gonna be more military presence that's gonna help Congo? Like, what are they gonna come together and actually help Congo, you know, raise the prices for their resources? Like, what is the responsibility, on the other hand, of the East African community to Congo? You know, like what would that be is the other question that I just have in general. And again, people are going to get mad at me, but I'm just saying, when I look at some of the websites, when I look at the East African community website, when I look at their documents, I don't see a clear answer on that. So I'm just wondering. Right? So anyway, I think that's honestly enough of what I wanted to say. Let me actually finally see what you guys are saying in here. So Sadish is saying, I like Kagame, but he's literally exploiting Congo. Yeah, I don't know. That's just, I don't know. That's just my voice. So they only working in Kenya? Yeah, that's what I see. That's what I see, that the East African community is only working in Kenya and Tanzania. No, sorry, Kenya and mostly Rwanda from what I see. And Tanzania, to be honest, I'll be fair, they're going through more of a they're opening their market up. So they're going through a huge like transformation. So I understand Tanzania situation, but I mean, anyway, maybe I'm just missing something. Kiswahili use in DRC will help introduce and promote the language. And across West Africa, as I said earlier, DRC spans across 3 regions: West, Central, and East. I've never really heard of DRC really be brought up in East African conversations. I've really heard DRC be brought up in Central African conversations. So I understand the DRC is a huge country, which is why it can't span into that. But culturally wise, I've never really saw the link between DRC and East Africa. I've never seen that link ever. So I'm just wondering why all of a sudden there is a link. I'm just not too clear on that. So YouTube user saying is, it's interesting how they overlook what Kagame is doing in Congo when they praise him for Rwanda. I mean, and this is the thing, right? And no offense to Congolese, but I've never really heard them complain about Kagame either. So, and their president too. I believe the Congolese president is friends with Paul Kagame. So if the presidents are friends and they're getting consent to do that, then I mean, what is the rest of us supposed to do? Because this is the weird thing about Congo. It's like I actually feel really bad for Congo, but at the same time, it's like if the Congolese don't feel as bad for what's going on in Congo, then what is the rest of us supposed to do? I mean, again, I am being skeptical of Congo joining the East African community, but I don't remember anyone putting a gun in the Congolese president's head saying you have to join. They willingly joined. So even though I'm very skeptical of them joining, they still willingly join. So isn't it now the East African community's problem, so to speak? Like, isn't that what this trade-off was all about? And I get it, people are gonna be on here, they're gonna be like, "Oh, you're talking about development." Again, development is only if we're literally looking at those 6 countries, development is significantly happening in maybe 2 or 3 of those countries. I'll argue 2. The rest of those countries, when have you heard about any significant development happening? If you're hearing about trading, you're hearing about trading between Kenya and Tanzania. You're not really hearing about trading between Uganda and someone else. So I don't know. That's just what I've noticed, and that's just what I'm saying. And Rwanda, to me, I think Rwanda, to be honest, and maybe the Rwandese don't want to say it, but I think that they're being very strategic with this. So kudos to them. Their government is being very strategic about this. But some of these other governments, I'm really wondering, like, what were they thinking? Like, what? Anyway, yeah, like does Rwanda even need to be in this? I don't even I don't maybe Rwanda listen, I don't Rwanda's gonna pull out. They are. And then I feel like if Rwanda does pull out, then Kenya will go away. And then if Kenya goes away and Rwanda's not there, that's like the collapse of the East African community. Like, let's just be honest. That's the collapse of it. That will be the collapse of it. Uganda, I have nothing to say about Uganda. Uganda's cool. In fact, Uganda, nothing, absolutely nothing. But I mean, we all know Kenya. We all know why Kenya was pushing for this. Tanzania seems to be they're going through a lot right now because Magufuli did a lot for that country and he passed away, and it seems like the current president of Tanzania is not doing what some people expected her to do. So they're going through a very interesting time right now. But yeah, other than that, I mean, have you heard of any significance that Burundi is in this? I haven't. Okay, so Static is saying with the entry of Congo, East Africa has access to the coast on both sides of the continent. So are you saying that this was more strategic on the East Africans' part, the East African community's part? DRC's entry into the EAC will help stabilize the country eventually from an economic. Okay, so the benefit of DRC joining the East African community is that it's going to help stabilize the country from an economic standpoint. Can you expand on that? Because how so? Well, I do understand that it will definitely help Congo from a political standpoint. I 100% agree with you on that. But when you're saying economic, that's where I kind of have to question that a little bit. But anyways, let me continue reading your comment. You're saying point of view. In fact, EAC plus DRC entry will make expanded EAC Africa's top economic bloc. I don't actually see, and this is I don't actually see any other East African countries joining this anytime soon. I don't see the reason why I'm not saying, okay, not the reason that they need to, but I don't see the reason why they have to join this. Like a country like Eritrea seems to be doing fine. Um, okay, I know it's technically like a military state, but I mean, a country that's a military state, why would they join something like this? You know what I mean? What would be the point in them joining this? Uh, I know I'm being ignorant on some of these things, and you guys have to forgive me because I don't really know that much about East Africa. But when it comes to the whole uh, land issues and political issues in some of these areas, especially with the Nile, with the rivers and those type of resources, uh, that doesn't seem to be something that this community is looking at either. So would that be something that they're gonna think about, or it doesn't matter? Like, I don't know. Because to me, those political like border issues are something that is completely different from this. That's something that's separate from this. So you joining this to me doesn't mean that those political border Nile land disputes is gonna be solved because you're joining this. That's kind of what I'm trying to get out. And yeah, even with the whole, East African thing, I noticed it's a lot of the, I guess, Nilotic, uh, let's just say Nilotic and Bantu East Africans. I don't really see like the Horners in this. So does that mean that the Horners are gonna do their own community, like Ethiopia, Somalia, Eritrea, Djibouti, and maybe somebody else is gonna do their own like other East African community? Because again, I don't really see any of them really needing to join this. I don't, and people will be like, oh, they have a lot in common. They have a lot in common. I don't really see a Tanzanian and a Somali having a lot in common. I don't know if that's just me, but I haven't noticed that a Tanzanian or a Rwandan and a Ethiopian have that much in common. So yeah, I don't really know, but we'll see. I guess there's still more time to check this out. Okay, so Exadish is saying, I think EAC should just be with Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, and Burundi. South Sudan and DRC are way too unstable. Why do you think South Sudan is in this? Is it also because of the resource thing? Because it somehow keeps going back to the whole thing about resources, that you know what, if a country is not stable but they have a lot of resources, it's fine, we'll take on their problems. But then what I never hear is how you're going to help their problems so that they actually become more stable. I don't really hear that part of it ever. I only hear, okay, they have resources, so let them in. But I never hear about, okay, how are we eventually going to make them more stable? I don't really hear about that part of it, but that's just what I'm saying. Hi, Frisco TV. But DRC essentially is not East Africa's problem. DRC is Central Africa's problem primarily. Is it not? I mean, some people are gonna say DRC is the whole continent's problem, but if we're being super regional here, It is Central Africa, so yeah. Trouble African is saying, I think the foreigners should be by themselves. Yeah, I don't see. And this is when a lot of the East Africans were complaining that the foreigners weren't joining the community. I'm just like, what are you complaining about? Like, I don't understand what more you want. Like, you have Tanzania, you have Kenya, you have Rwanda, you have Uganda, you have Congo. What more do you want? I mean, they're not speaking Swahili in Horn Africa. So what is like what are you complaining about? They got so offended. They were like, "Oh, we don't know why Ethiopia doesn't want to join." And it's like, "Okay, they don't want to join and I mean, Ethiopia doesn't use I don't know what Ethiopia's currency is, but I know Ethiopia doesn't use shillings. So what are you really missing? Anyways, okay. So I missed the previous comments. Somalia tried to join the EAC, but EAC denied Somalia. Oh, wait. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. So Somalia tried to join the EAC, but the EAC denied Somalia? Really? Thank you for why did EAC deny Somalia? Are you serious? I had no idea. Wait. Okay, so do any of the East Africans have a reason why they denied the foreigners in there? That brings a completely different perspective to this because to me then it's like, okay, if the foreigners asked to join and you denied them and you said no, now in the future if they say that they don't want to join, like you can't complain because they asked and you rejected. Right? It's only fair. And was this before Somalia realized that they have oil? Because I think, back in the days, people used to think, oh, Somalia is so unstable, so who cares? But now, if Somalia, for instance, turns around and they realize that they have more resources, will the East African community then say, oh, we made a mistake, now we want you guys back? Like, will that happen? Oh, you're saying it's because Kenya is in bad terms with Somalia because of the land dispute? Anyways, let me continue going forward. Greetings, only me. How are you? Foreigners will be better off by themselves. All the colorism. Bantu language will link the 7 East African communities over time in terms of Kiswahili is very powerful as a tool. Oh, okay. Yeah, but okay, so Somalia got rejected for being too unstable, but Congo got accepted. Aren't they also unstable? I mean, I get it. Yeah, Congo is not in a civil war, but I mean, there's significant amount of conflicts also happening in Congo. And to be honest, Burundi is not even helping anyway either. Like, how much money is Burundi pumping into the East African community? Anyways, eventually, as the East African community flexes its infrastructure management and economic muscles, Ethiopia may eventually decide to join. Ethiopia seems to be very stubborn as a nation. I don't know about that. I don't know about Ethiopia. Ethiopia seems to be very, yeah, I don't know about Ethiopia. And I also think another complex issue about Ethiopia is there are so many ethnic groups in Ethiopia. It's kind of hard for them to have a one united identity. I know some of them act like they have a one united identity, but there are very, very, very many tribes in Ethiopia, you know, and there's some serious stuff that they need to figure out before that happens, because even right now the situation in Ethiopia, from what I'm gathering, I don't know if it's true, but from what I'm gathering is some things that Ethiopia does, it benefits mostly certain tribes and not the whole nation. So them joining something like an East African community, to me, would be like it would benefit certain tribes, not necessarily the whole nation as well. And that's maybe something that they're not ready for right now. Oh, it was only Somalia that applied. Okay, that makes sense. Ethiopia doesn't care. If Ethiopia joins, I'll fly over there and Uganda has oil. Oh, does it? Okay. Uganda's a nice country. I really don't have anything bad to say about Uganda. I just don't like their president. But anyways, oh, okay, so it was rejected to due to political instability. That's interesting. Sudan got denied to. Well, it would make sense for Sudan to be denied because isn't Sudan part of North Africa? So Sudan should probably unite with, I don't know, like Ethiopia. No, sorry, Egypt and yeah, Egypt and all the rest of them. Like Sudan, to me, Sudan is different from South Sudan. So, I mean, Sudan getting denied, I completely actually understand that. That's normal, don't you think? Well, from the way that they're presenting, from the way that the East African community is presenting it, they're presenting it as if it's going to become one country. They're not presenting it as if it's just different countries coming together and trade. The way that they present it is that they're actually coming together to be something like one country eventually. So that's just, I mean, I could be mistaken, but from the last time I checked, that's the way that they're talking. Like they really want to intermingle that much. Anyway, if anyone is from any of these East African community countries and knows any recent updates of what's actually going on, that would be great. It's really hard to find reliable sources on this. But yeah, let me quickly read what some of you guys saying before I add some of you guys to the chat. Ethiopia, Somalia, Djibouti, and Eritrea are doing their own thing now. Yikes. We will hand over the Romos to the EAC. Oh my goodness. Kenya was salty because they lost the seat. That guy Swahili Nation love Ethiopia more than. That is such a random comment. Okay, I like Swahili Nation. Okay, Swahili Nation is my bro. Okay, I love Swahili Nation. I love that guy. I love that channel. I love that platform. But I do have to agree with you on there. I do have to agree with you. I'm wondering why Tanzanians don't promote Tanzania. A lot of us don't know much about Tanzania, and Tanzania seems to be a great country. So why are Tanzanians not worried about promoting Tanzania, and Tanzanians are worried about East Africa community, but then they're not the main beneficiaries of the East African community either? So it's just very, very, it's just very, very interesting. It's so interesting. Okay, so Katempo saying EAC will eventually become the East African Federation, one country, according to media report. So East Africa community is going to become one country for real? Wow. That's wow. Well, then I have to say congratulations. You guys are actually walking the walk and talking the talk. Anyway, let me just go ahead and add Dr. R and only me to the chat. Thanks guys for being here. Dr. R, you can go first.
Yes, greetings, AM. I just want to give my thoughts on the Congo joining, that's been approved to join the East African community. I just find it funny, like Congo is a Central African country, and it wants to join the East African Union, and it shouldn't be allowed to join this union since it's a Central African country. And with the case with my country, I'm glad my country didn't join this East African Union, since I look at it as nothing but a Bantu project union. But Congo was allowed to join, even though it's an unstable country along with South Sudan. I just think Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya should just be in those unions. There's no point in enlarging the union. Oh yeah, I forgot, Rwanda and Burundi and Uganda is in the union.
Yeah, I actually agree with you on that. I don't understand them rejecting Horn Africa, but then they accepted Congo for even worse reasons. Like I'm just again, I don't want to offend Congolese people, but Congo is seen as an international basket case, right? So why did the East African community say that they want Congo in here, but then they rejected someone else for much less worse reasons? And then these are the same people that are going to turn around in 30 years, right? And they're going to be like, oh, now we want everyone else to join and they don't want to join us. Why are they being so mean? But I mean, you rejected them like 20 years ago. I don't understand. It's weird. I don't get it. I'm just confused by it. But I do understand if the Horn Africans say we want to do our own thing, and they have more in common than East Africans, because East Africans and Horn Africa, I know you technically you guys are all East Africans, but I see Horn Africans very different from other East Africans. Like Tanzanians, Ugandans, Kenyans, they look different from Horn Africans. So yeah, and I don't think you guys
AM is the same way. It's the same. I can say the same about West Africans. Do people from the Sahel and people that are on the coastal countries like Nigeria, Cameroon, and Benin, do they look like Chadians or Mauritanians, or people from Mali? They look different from each other.
Yeah. True. Why did you call it the Bantu Project?
Because it is a Bantu project. Like, you're right about it. I feel like people should stop calling people Horn of Africans East Africans, because in West Africa you got like the Sahelian countries and those West African countries, because I can easily make a distinction between those countries in West and East Africa is basically like what Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, Tanzania, and those countries. When Somalia and Ethiopia, those countries are in the northeast, the Horn region. I feel like there needs to be a distinction.
Yeah, there does need to be a distinction. It's actually pretty confusing. Because Kenya to me has nothing. I mean, I get it. Kenya is besides Somalia, but Kenya to me, I see most of them as Bantus. I don't really.
Kenya is a mixture.
Oh,
Kenya
don't
is
tell them that
basically.
now. Don't say that now. Don't say that because I dated an East African chick, man, from Kenya, and you got mad upset about that. So I'm just gonna let y'all know.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Hi, African Millennial. How you doing?
Good.
You know what, African Millennial? Your channel, YouTube was not recommending your channel to me at all. I was thinking you've been gone. I have not seen any post from you. I had to look for myself, go back to your channel and look around. And then I saw that you actually were posting. It's crazy. YouTube just did not recommend anything from you. I don't know why. How you doing?
Good, good, good. I probably know why. I did take a break. I don't know if that has something to do with it, but anyway.
Oh
Welcome.
yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So my brother here was saying, Dr. R, listen, I think Somalia and applied for joining the East Africa and was rejected. And this was because of the ocean, right? Kenya and Somalia was in dispute in this ocean, and yeah, Kenya was salty, and they did not allow Somalia to come in, which is actually is good because right now, and Ethiopia, Somalia, Eritrea are actually making their own thing, actually working together and forming their own
Oh, you can
Horn
have
of
your own
Africa.
community?
Yeah. So because Ethiopia has a new government and this new prime minister, he's more open to other tribes and other Horn of African working together, which is good. And now they are working together and opening ways that because now we have a lot of Ethiopian coming into Somalia and working there and so on and so forth. It's going. They want to do their own thing eventually, And Somalia is having now. We are. I think next year we're going to start drilling our oil. So Somalia has actually and resources. Somebody said they don't have resources. That's like crazy. Ethiopia has a water resources. Somalia have an ocean and sea resources and oil resources. So there is a lot of thing going on in East Africa. They have a lot of resources, and so I think it will be the best. Like for them, first of all, start working together before they go into outside. You understand?
Yeah, I've noticed that too. And I don't want to offend the East Africans here, but I'm just being honest. Like, can anyone tell me what they've done, like collectively? No.
East Africans. I don't know if you mean East Africans or the
Yeah, I
Horn of
mean like
Africa, because
Kenya.
really there is like distinction right now. So Horn of Africa is actually East Africa too, part of East Africa. Do you
Yeah.
mean
No, no,
the
no. I
forum
mean,
that they have right now, East African
yeah, like
Community?
do you remember any significant military war or something that they did?
Nothing that I can
We don't get along
say.
with
I
our
have no idea.
neighbors.
No, she's talking about the East African community.
Yeah, I mean like the
Yeah,
East African community, not the Horn Africa.
exactly. And now
Are you talking
I have
about,
not
sorry to
seen
disturb, are you talking about historically or just
now,
recently?
Yeah,
now.
yeah, recently.
Okay.
And also Congo, right? Congo, yeah, Congo. They are, I would say they are after the resources of Congo. I don't think this is a good idea for Congo right now. But well, each to its own. But right now, I don't think Congo, because I know that
Why are you
Rwanda
saying
is
you
also
don't think
taking
it's good for
advantage.
Congo?
It's not good for Congo right now, to be
We all
honest,
know it's
because
not good for the Congo.
Oh.
yeah, this is only expanding and taking resources. Already Rwanda is doing it, and why not? The other ones are coming in too. It's kind of some sort of a colonization all over again, but just in a black skin, you understand? For Congo, that means, you know. I seriously would not advise Congo to go right now in the stage they are in right now. They should not.
I don't think they
should
got the
start
option.
building first. They should start building first. Yeah.
I was going to make the point earlier where African Millennium said there needs to be a distinction. I do agree with that. With Somalia, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Sudan, they're considered Northeast African countries, while Kenya and the countries below are considered Southeast African countries. So instead of referring to the Horn, you should refer to that instead as a clear distinction. And second point you made about the Horn of Africa being different to the East African Confederation, I do agree, because again, as Only Me said, the Horn Africans are starting to do their own thing. Even though they excluded my country, Djibouti, I'm not salty. Yeah, they started to form, even though there's a lot of tribal problems in that area. And no offense, Oromos, you're basically the Mongols of Horn of Africa. And yeah, so
I just want to add. I want to add something important. I want to add something. I just want to add something importantly.
Yeah.
This may offend a lot of people, but you know how you got those countries in West Africa, how they give like visa free to some of these countries to come in. I do not want certain people to come into my country if we were to, let's say, join that union. Right? Come on, think about it.
Mo, I mean, Dr. R, horta walaala salaan sare Mo iyo Dr. R. I actually understand where he's coming from, right? Because look, now for the Horn of Africa, we literally look similar. And if somebody, let's say Oromo person, comes in, you will not see the difference between Oromo and Somali. Especially if they start speaking Somali, they could easily take the identity of Somali. And you cannot tell the difference. What we need to do is actually to put all the Somali and citizens, literally like register them in, get them papers, get them passports and everything. And so we know who is who, you know. For now, I don't think either is a good
I mean, you sound like Hitler, though. I mean, technically, that's exactly how Hitler started Hitler. All I'm telling you
that is how you keep your country being infiltrated.
Historical facts, ma'am.
Listen,
historical facts.
No, but it's the truth.
That
like,
is
come
how
on,
you
think
keep
about it.
your
Why did
country
Kenya?
being
Think about it. Let me ask you a question. Why
Can I
is it?
finish
Why
my
is it?
point, Walalo? Can I just finish my
Sure.
point? Or do you guys jump on me now? Just a minute. That is exactly how you stop people infiltrating your country. It is good. In Europe, when I come to Europe, they give me phone numbers. They give me social security number. They know exactly where I come from. You cannot just infiltrate the country. That is very, very dangerous for your future generation. So what we need right now is to document every national, Somali national, so we know who is who, and they can come with their papers, and then from there we can go. You know, they can come work. We can go there, work, and so on and so forth. But like this, I do agree with Dr. R. I like my country to be. We need to know who is who. You know, we don't want people just coming and infiltrating and just being there and taking places. No, I don't like that.
That's
I get what you mean, but for that to be accomplished, several things have to be fixed. Alhamdulillah, right now, my fellow Somalis in Somalia are making progress, and we need to keep at that. So inshallah, when we do achieve that, then we can move to like basically the next phase and do other stuff. As for my country, Djibouti, there's still a few things for us to do as well. So I kind of do agree with that, but this Horn of African unification thing is showing a lot of progress, and hopefully it's going to kill all the tribal tensions that are going on in the Horn of Africa. And so far, it is working. We seeing basically hopefully it's going to kill all the tribe. Yeah, so we're starting to see basically a lot of progress in the Horn of Africa, especially when you have the Horn of Africa. You have basically countries like America right now who are basically literally shocking Djibouti and the northern part of Somalia, which is Somaliland. They want basically, because again, if you control what goes in the Gulf of Aden, what comes out, you have a very strong strategical point. And
that's an understatement, my man. That's an understatement.
Yeah, they want the Gulf of Aden. They want to control the Gulf of Aden. And
That's
then-
why Yemen. That's why Yemen is in war. That's why Somalia is in war. That
Yeah.
these people want to have
They tried to
control over
tell
that area.
Djibouti.
That's why they're starting with Ethiopia. Ethiopia actually doesn't control the sea. Eritrea does, and
Yeah.
Eritrea is having superpower by their own. They're trying really to push this thing back, but the problem is, yeah, Eritrea is militarily very strong, and
Yeah.
he is dictator.
No,
Why is he
Eritrea is
laughing?
military very strong.
Why is
Wait,
he
one
laughing?
second, one
It
second,
sounds
one
so
second.
funny
Question,
though.
question.
They are
Last
though.
Zulu, where you from? Are you Zulu? Okay, then are you African American?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, you are African
Why
American
are you
then.
laughing? Just tell us why you're
I
laughing.
don't understand why you're laughing at African issues. You're
I'm
African
not
American.
laughing at- Okay, I'm laughing at the fact that she said was not Ethiopia, but what is it? Eritrea, not Eritrea. Am I correct? Eritrea, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that she said that it isn't currently a superpower. I was like, I wouldn't go that far.
Listen. I
No,
said
Eritrea is a strong country.
strong.
It has the
Okay,
strongest.
Eritrea has a strong military.
Okay,
That's for a fact. But
okay.
it's
First off, y'all
very.
misunderstand.
Listen though.
Okay, first you asked me to speak. You asked me to speak, and now
But
you're
you are
talking.
very disrespectful though. What's that for?
You're Black
I'm
American,
not
right?
being
Focus on Black
disrespectful. I'm not
American issues.
No. Sorry. One at a time. I think only me was talking. She can finish.
Yeah.
I was
Okay.
talking, and then I got.
No, you were not. You were laughing. That's
Now
what
we
you were
stopping.
doing. You were just laughing. That's what you were doing. I don't know what you are doing here. Actually, this is an African
okay.
issue.
No, let's
Anyway,
hear,
it
let's hear
was
what you
very
have to say. Let's
disrespectful.
hear this point. Only me. Let's see his point. What are you gonna say?
But I was
Last
never
Zulu?
finished though, Walala.
No,
Wallahi.
let her
No, because no, he made a point. I want to hear what he has
Anyway,
to say.
what I was saying was that area, the Red Sea area, is the most important sea in this freaking planet, and whoever controls that has a fucking power. And
No,
who
so far Djibouti control it.
Yeah, Djibouti, Somalia. Even before you come to Djibouti, you have to go through Somalia first. Puntland, you have to go through Puntland first. You understand
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. So it is very strategic place. So what we need to do as a Horn Africans, especially Northeast Africa, like my brother said, Northeast Africa, we have that area that you can also utilize. So it's good. I'm very happy that Ethiopia and Somalia finally start working together. Eritrea, I never had problem with Eritrea anyways, but that looks good for the future.
Right.
Yeah. I was gonna add on to that as well. I was gonna say, especially what I've been looking at the news recently and how Americans are literally, I mean literally, they're basically they're eyeing up the Northeast Africa slash basically the start of basically they want access to the Red Sea because that controls 80% of the world's oil, especially with the tension with Russia right now. They're going to want it more. They're going to want it more, especially with Russia giving out, I think something like 70% of the world's gas, and they want to they are forced to go into the Horn of Africa, and they are forced to control the Gulf of Aden. So I think the Horn of Africa working together and saying to the Americans that you cannot enter, especially what Abiy Ahmed said something. I think he said something along the lines of, "We don't want any American intervention. We can sort our own problems out." Because again, every country that America gives their democracy ends up burning.
Yeah, but
They
what are
never
we gonna
gave
do with
democracy.
Uganda and with Congo now?
In Zulu,
Congo is in a
They
problem
never
right
gave
now.
democracy. That was the trick in the first place.
yeah,
America
that's
wasn't
what they say. That's what they say to access the country. We're gonna give you democracy.
Y'all believe that shit?
No, we don't.
Oh, okay.
No.
I'm just wondering. I'm like,
yeah. It's bullshit. Every time we hear we're gonna give you democracy, how many countries did they leave burning?
I mean, like, they're like the same thing. You know how America kind of runs. It basically, straight up. It's just anytime we find some oil, we're gonna find some freedom for some people. You find some oil, we're gonna find you some freedom. They go hand in hand. Apparently.
Exactly.
So, no, my bad. Like I said, I wasn't really laughing at laughing at your plight, but I'm saying when you said superpower, I was like Djibouti. I was
No, it's not superpower. It's not superpower. It's just in terms of like,
military is very powerful.
Yeah, but you didn't have to laugh like a 5-year-old child. You could just say, "Hey, I don't think so." That was disrespectful to Eritrean people. Anyways, if I say something mistakenly, you don't have to laugh like, I don't know, 5-year-old child. Anyways,
Why is he even on the panel? He's not even African.
What?
Say it again.
Why is this Black American on the panel?
Okay, well, I mean, my bad.
Dr. Aro, since when are you the one that decides who is on the panel?
I'm just saying that he.
He's
he not a
technically right,
black
'cause
person?
technically I'm
No,
not
because
African.
he was laughing at Eritrea.
No,
Like a
but
lot of
he
Eritrean
did
people would have
apologize
been.
for that, and he
So
did.
she said a superpower. That's like me saying I'm in my backyard. My son in my backyard is world champion.
So also, yeah, and also on the East African Confederation, I do agree with what they're doing, but the Congo part, I don't agree, because again, Kenya, Tanzania, as you said, African Millennium, I feel like they're the good people because I've never had a problem with Tanzanians.
Yeah, Tanzanians are the good
Yeah.
people.
With Kenyans on the other hand, and like the other, especially Rwanda's an opportunities country. All of these countries want to involve Congo because Congo, firstly, doesn't know how to use its own resources. They don't know how to dig up their own resources and sell it off. So again, all of these countries are surrounding it. They're trying to bring it to East African Federation, and then they're going to use the resources and steal it from them. That's the end, be all end all. Because again, why would you invite a country that's Central Africa without having a goal at hand?
Of course.
I think this thing where they have Horn Africa and East Africa is a bit weird, really, because it's East Africa. It should have. There's no reason why the Horn Africa, this thing Africans shouldn't be part of the East African this thing block.
They just explained on this live stream why. Though.
I mean,
no, but it's stupid. It's stupid because what is going on there is that they are trying to split East Africa so that, because if you look at the power of East Africa, the population is in the other East African nations. If they put them together with the Horn Africans and that power is translated to the border of Africa, there, Africans will have more self-determination at those bordering parts of the continent. But the countries that are there right now are scantily populated, like Ethiopia. This is Somalia, are 20 million. Eritrea, how many million are they? They are not. But the heavyweights are the ones that they're keeping away from there.
Tonight, I have a question. So you said 20 million in
Ethiopia has over 100 million.
Somalia,
yeah, but Ethiopia is East Africa, not Horn African. That's the thing.
Yeah, Somalis have like around 18 million,
and the Ethiopians don't even have access to the sea. They even cut the Ethiopians. That's the reason why they even split Ethiopia with Eritrea. They cut the Ethiopians off from the sea because they are trying to weaken the powerful countries that have the population to exert the authority. The Western powers.
What countries are you talking about?
They supported it. Don't you see that they supported Eritrea against Ethiopia?
Tunisia, there was a lot of tribal. Let me finish this one. I want to say one point. I was going to say one point. Tunisia, you have to understand, with Ethiopia and Eritrea, there was already tribal conflict. There was a massive tribal conflict that happened not too long ago. So again, the people of Eritrea went back.
They didn't one country before.
Huh? They were yes, but again, you have to understand, Ethiopia is 100 plus million people, all of them from different ethnic clans. When you have that many ethnic clans, there's going to be always clash and tensions.
But that is not the point. I just said, were they not all one country before? If they were one country before, why is it now that they cut the bigger part out from the border? You have to understand geopolitics, how it works.
But that one country wasn't happy. It was always fighting. There was always wars. There was always...
Tunisia, you know, Somalia did apply for this East African community, and they were rejected.
Which is stupid.
So is the East African don't want to do nothing with the Horn African apparently, so they rejected the Somalis.
I don't know how
and
that
Ethiopian were like, "F it, we're not gonna be with you either." So I think that's what happened.
That is stupid thing for them to do. For the continent, that was a very bad thing for them to do.
That's what they did, and
that is where the muscle is.
Their water. Yeah,
look at Ethiopia right there. Ethiopia is behind all the Horn African countries, and yet Ethiopia has the bulk of the population, and yet cut away from the border. That is crazy. Strategically thinking, that is wrong.
That's foolish.
It's like locking Africa, locking the powerful people behind bars. Because if you look at where Eritrea is right next door. Look at where Eritrea is right next door to Ethiopia.
Eritrea has its own sovereignty, though. Eritrea never saw themselves as part of Ethiopia.
It doesn't matter. The point is that
it doesn't matter.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish the point I'm trying to make. Let me finish the point. The point I'm trying to make is that if you look at Ethiopia right there, Ethiopia outnumbered the other countries right next door to it that is bordering the African continent. And yet they locked Ethiopia out of the sea. You see what is going on there? And that area is strategically important to the world powers. They locked Ethiopia out because they know if Ethiopia has power over that passageway, they will have a bit more say because it's a bigger country.
But
you
that
have to
is
understand how
so disrespect. That is so
To Niger,
disrespectful to
Niger.
people who
it
died for
doesn't
their
mean
freedom. You
see.
saying people who died for their freedom is just being given away. No, these people
No,
literally
it's not
fought
about
to
that.
be their freedom. It doesn't have nothing to do with the West. If you ask an Eritrean, he will say we want to have our own freedom, and they fought and they died.
Everybody
Millions
wants to have
died.
their own freedom, but you have to understand who you are
Yeah, Ethiopia.
favoring when you are busy
Yeah,
chasing that.
Tinaja, are you trying to insinuate that Eritrea and Ethiopia should be one and they're not
They
different?
were
And
one country
are you
before.
trying
From what I gathered, they were
yeah,
one
but that's
country
how
before.
it's
To Niger, it's the same as Somalia and Djibouti. It's like, look, you have to look, you have to understand these countries, especially like Ethiopia and Eritrea, they have insane tribal, like they have so many tribes.
See, Nigeria has so many tribes too. I don't understand what you mean. The point is that strategically looking at it, is we are weakening ourselves the way that Horn African region
dominating it, three
is
tribes.
structured right now.
Or
It's a terrible
three
structure.
tribes.
But now they're
Tinaja,
working
guys, and
together too,
Eritrean in the
Niger.
comment section saying we're
No.
Eritreans literally died to get our country to be independent.
No, but
Of course
Niger,
you're going to say that now. Of course you're going to say that if Biafra gets independent, they say they fought to get independence. This is what everybody says. In the end, is it better for all of them? Look at the weakness that region has now because of it. Look at Somalia
Right.
has been
Right.
destabilized for a long
Tinaja, let
time.
me ask you a question. Do you think Congo? Do
Djibouti
you
is
think
busy
Congo?
running this in a military-based supermarket there. Look at that region, how it is. It's a complete shambles because the powers that are in that region are locked away from the sea.
Ethiopia is strong, actually. You see, Ethiopia is actually strong, even though.
Firstly, look, to
What
Niger, I
is
was
this
gonna
guy
make a few
laughing
points.
all
Firstly,
the time? I mean,
I was gonna make a few points.
You're so irritated. I don't know what you're doing here, to be
No,
honest.
to Niger,
Okay,
in Nigeria, look, I'm gonna point it towards you. In Nigeria, you have 4 clans, right? 4 tribes, that are the biggest tribes, right? I'm sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. You have 4 tribes that are the biggest, right? And those 4 tribes are the ones that are the ruling factors of Nigeria. Correct me if I'm wrong again.
They are not the only rulers of Nigeria.
Yeah, but they're the ones that have the most power and the most say, right?
You can say that, depending on how you look at it. I don't buy into that, because if you look at Nigerian leaders, a South leader has run the country in the last 20
It's a
years.
small Nigerian clan. It's a small Nigerian clan just gonna go up to, let's say a Yoruba's in charge or Igbo's in charge. Are they just gonna walk up and dethrone them and take over?
See, let me explain something to you. A small tribe in Nigeria could be a big tribe in another country. Like the Jaws in Nigeria are about 60 million. They almost outnumber the Somalis in their country. So a small tribe in Nigeria is not translated to other countries. So you have to keep that in perspective. There are other big groups in Nigeria too. You have, so let me give you an idea. The Igbos are about 30-something million. That's 32 million, low 30s. The Yorubas are about low 30s. The North, the entire North, is about 70 million. If you look at that, that doesn't give you. It's about like 2/3 of Nigerian this in the population, or even less. So it tells you that the other groups are quite big too. The Fulanis are almost 50 million too. So it's not that simple when you talk about it. It's just that those three groups, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. Hausa is a real giant. If you look at it, Hausa is 70 million of them.
But teenager, you do realize it's no secret that the Northerners control the country. They run the politics. It's
They
no
run the
secret.
politics, but the Southerners control everything else. They control all the industry, Nollywood, Afrobeats, name it, the oil. The Southerners control everything else.
But the ones with the real power are the Northerners.
No. You have to understand. One side cannot control everything. Come on. If one side
but the
controls
ones that
everything,
control
everybody
the
will say
politics, the one that
tribalism.
control
But
the one that control the
teenager,
politics
I'm aware
of the
that the
country,
Igbos
everything is the
control the
Northerners.
economy, but whoever controls the politics of the country makes the rules.
No,
if you understand what I mean.
Look at Nigeria now. Nigeria is quite balanced, you know. If you look at Nigeria in the last 20 years, Southerners have run the country almost half of the time. I don't know why somebody says, yeah, I'm talking rubbish, because it's like they don't want to believe fact. They just want to believe what's in their head. Look at Jonathan, Obasanjo. They are all Southerners. They've run the country. Obasanjo was there for a 2-term. That's 8 years out of the last 20 years. Jonathan was there for at least 5 years, because he had one term, then had another one when he took over from the other. So we have southern presidents and we have northern presidents. Given that the northerners actually have the numbers, if it was democracy, to win the election over and over again, that tells you that Nigeria is actually making the effort to be balanced.
Okay. All right.
But again, wait. I'm gonna ask you another question. Like,
it's like the third question, and I wanted to go after him though. It's like, so we ain't even got no order to how we asking or doing anything.
Okay, then you go ask first. Then go ahead. I'll ask after you.
No, I'm saying that's not necessarily right. If the if the southern region is controlled by, if I remember correct, like by you did say the industry, right? And the industry and usually the money is usually pretty much tied to industry. So does that technically mean the South is controlling the country necessarily, and the North just does the politics necessarily?
Exactly. This is the thing. When Nigerians, especially fellow Nigerians like me, when they keep talking about, oh, they not control everything, I say, you want to control everything. That's why you're complaining. You don't want to let them control one thing.
Tunisia, you have to admit though, again, getting back to topic though, this is predatory, and I see what the East African community is doing. If Congo is okay with it, then I'll be quiet.
It's not predatory. I am very happy that they take Congo. You know why? More Bantus in that area.
But this is the thing. They don't see Congo as their brothers, but when it comes to resources, all of a sudden Congo is their brothers.
Oh yeah, definitely.
See, to Niger, and also if you look at throughout history, the Horn of Africa or northern East Africa has always been a tribal area. It is the most tribal place in Africa. You have to put that into consideration as well.
You think so?
They fought more wars than any other Africans on the planet.
It is literally the most tribal. It is the most tribal area in Africa.
They fought the most wars by default, also though.
Exactly. Look at the Somalis. The Portuguese tried us twice, and we smoked them twice. I mean, look, it is literally so toxic in that region in terms of tribe. It is crazy. And now the fact that we're working together should be actually a step forward.
Listen.
Like it should be praised. It's a step
But
forward.
hey, this is about South
but I'm just making a point to you. I'm making a point.
I think that's nice.
No, I'm making a point. I'm making a point
about that.
No, but we're making a point. I'm trying to say that this should be held at high regard, because this should be a good step. We're taking a step forward. We created this federation, just like the East African Federation.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I do agree. That is great news.
This is bringing more unity within other regions of Africa. So that has.
Yeah, I don't think
before we
should be part of the East African community. I don't think they should be part of it.
Okay, we'll come.
Why is that?
South African, you've been talking a lot of shit in the comment section, you stupid Cameroonian.
Whoa.
Okay,
relax. Would you say that to his face if you saw him?
No, I'll say to his face, he's been chatting a lot of shit, bro.
Dr. R.
He has a lot of hate.
I just said one word and you're going crazy.
No.
Dr. R.
I'm sorry to say South African has a lot of hate for the Horn of Africans. I know that because I've seen you chatting all the time. It's disgusting.
Yeah, you didn't ask me why. I
don't have to ask you why for hating people. Stop.
Okay, Tribal African, explain why you said all those hateful stuff.
You know, Tribal Africa, I'm going to say it right now. I hate your parents. You are the Bantu, your people are scourge towards Africa. Your people are scourge.
It's disgusting. He's have a lot of hate, this guy, I swear.
Well, I don't want to address you because, first of all, this thing is about East African community.
Go fuck yourself. You're not from East Africa.
Chill, relax.
I don't know why the Honors are even here. They are not part of the East
African
community. Why are they part of
the hell out of here, bro? Why
you doing here?
Tribal, I've not said anything offensive. I just want to know why you said stuff that were horrible to the Honors. I just want to hear your side. Go on.
What did I say that was horrible to the Honors? What did I say?
First of all, you said that we color. No. First of all, I seen the point where you said that let the Horn Africans go. We're gonna let these colorists go. What did you mean by colorists?
Don't even.
Yeah, because you are colorists. You know, even among yourself. You know,
how are we colorists among ourselves?
Discrimination about you.
Somalis don't care about color.
How you do? You discriminate about the Somali Bantus.
Because they're not ethnic Somalis, you dumb idiot. They're not ethnic. They are not ethnic Somalis.
Okay, that's my point. That's my point. Just because they're not Somali, you discriminate against them. So what? That's
shut the fuck up. I don't want to waste my time talking about Bantu. I don't waste my time. Shut up.
You don't need to.
Dr. R. Walalo. Siyasat ba lugu de la kuano kale. Okay, then Tribal African. Explain to me how we are horrible towards the Somali Bantus. Give me points and evidence, please.
I mean, technically, didn't you just say? Honestly,
well, I didn't come here to answer your question.
No, but you said horrible stuff. Now you have to back it.
Why the Honor should not be part of the East African community?
But you said we're mean to Bantu, so I'd like you to give me points and evidence.
If you want that, we're gonna make a discussion about that. Well, I'm not talking about that on Africa.
Okay, then don't say stuff like that if you can't back it.
Yeah, in
I mean,
the
I can
chat,
back it, but I
it's
don't care to
very
back it. But
clear
that's
for
not the topic
warrior.
that we're here to talk about, are we?
Okay, one second. One mic. Last Zulu, did you have any comments to say? Did you have anything to add to the panel?
I mean, necessarily, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Y'all doing a lot of backbiting on y'all panels. I mean, because like a few seconds ago, I mean, I come in here and kind of dip in and dip out my bad. So like when I came here, one guy was saying, one moment, why is the African American come over here, but I didn't invest in?
Yeah, why did he have to say that? So
no,
that was
legitimately,
wrong.
I invested more money in Africa than most Africans have done.
I think you are most African than most of them, bro. Believe me.
But it's just funny. You see what I'm saying?
Shut up, Tribal African.
You're
You're
more African than most of them, man. That's
yeah. Shut
More
the fuck
African,
up.
all my days, you stupid idiot. There's Black American whose people are mixed. Shut the fuck up, man.
Niggas coming from Somalis is like, bruh, I can't. All right,
He has some
Well,
sort of
look, this is the thing. This is the thing, right? This is the thing.
We are African. Do you understand?
This is the thing. This is the thing. I think
my country is in Africa. Do you
I
understand
think
me?
if
I am more
honors just be by themselves, they're gonna be better.
Okay,
of course, we don't want Bantu.
That's what I'm saying.
We don't want
Correction,
Bantus.
tribal correction. Actually, Somali did apply to be part of the East African community.
Yeah, so why did you reject them?
It's because of Kenya's political issues.
Because they wanted to have it's an issue with the borders and water borders, stuff like that. I don't have any wrong with that's okay, that's fine.
To me, I don't know what you're saying, but to me, the honors, Somalia, Eritrea, Djibouti was the other one. Ethiopia is a kind of in and out because but I think if those people can create your own community, they just need to be by themselves. They don't need to get bothered about joining the East Africa. They were talking about the sea. The East Africans, if they have Kenya and Tanzania, they've got a big part of the ocean. They can deal with their mischanges from that part of from the Atlantic Ocean. Because these people are completely like they're different. They know. They know you can blend. If I go to Somalia, I will stand out. Okay. If I go to Ethiopia, I'll stand out. Djibouti. But these people among themselves, they are just who they are, and there's nothing wrong with that.
On this one.
And there's nothing wrong with that. If we start trying to think, oh, we're all this, we're all that, but it's not going to work. It doesn't work like that. For me, for your own good, they should not be part of that community, because at the end of the day, the tribalism is because I think the Horn of Africa, the tribalism over there is bigger than any part of the African continent. They're gonna bring that tribalism in. It's gonna be
not really. We're all the bullshit. Worry about Central West Africa. Tommy, no. I want to ask him. Tommy, why is it that you Central Africans chop each other like animals? Even the West Africans are more civilized than you Central Africans. Tommy, why do you chop each other up in Central Africa?
Stop saying bullshit. You've got nothing to say.
Shut the fuck up. You Central Africans are civilized.
Go do something.
Dr. Arrow you are being quite,
it's just being Somalia. I expect that from the Somalia.
You jump from 0 to 10 in one go.
I expect that from the Somalia.
There's no need to be telling people to shut up and all the
Hey,
rest.
liberal, you can't.
Are you here to learn? Or insult? Are you here to learn or insult?
Them emotional.
You first of all, you asking an African American to leave the planet. Why? Why will you ask him to leave the planet?
Because he doesn't know nothing about Africa. I don't look at him as African.
But this planet was not even about the honors. This planet was not about the honors. So why are you on the planet? You swear. Why are you here?
حناقة توسن وحمودي مسكحة إنك قليان.
Everybody can just be insulting each other.
I've not insulted anybody. I want to ask simple questions. Tribal, I've not insulted you in any way. I'm going to ask you simple questions if that's all right.
But you insulted me though.
Me?
Yeah, I think you and the other guy between both of y'all.
No, I've not insulted you. I've not insulted you. I've not said anything insulting in this so far. I've not said anything insulting.
Okay.
Even though I've been insulted, I've not said anything insulting.
No, more have been chilled. Is that other
more actually hasn't said anything.
I'm gonna get you mixed up with the other guy voice. I can't really tell the difference.
Look, I'm gonna try to calm everybody down, but I'm gonna ask a few questions at the same time.
Man, don't worry, I'm calm.
Look,
I'm not worried about.
I agree with the first point that you said about Northeast Africans should do their own thing, and you said the fact that you're gonna stand out, which is true. I agree with you on that part as well.
I don't buy that.
Well, why don't you buy it,
Let him
Niger?
finish too, Niger. Let him finish talking. Let him
Let him finish. Let him finish.
So I was gonna say, yeah, I do agree on that, and the fact that we're also taking this step, creating this Horn of Africa Federation, and we're doing good because also the fact that America tried to use certain groups, which I won't name, they tried to use them to destabilize Ethiopia. They're gunning for Ethiopia right now because of because again they see Ethiopia as a threat, and now they're gunning for Ethiopia, and they're trying to gun for Abiy Ahmed. So now Abiy Ahmed has seen America as the #1 enemy, and now Horn of Africans are working together to try to avoid them, basically making themselves a station in the Horn.
Mo, can I say something to you, brother? You're naive, brother. You're naive. The Horn of African Union wouldn't work. You're naive.
No, I'm talking about the Horn of African Federation.
Please.
I'm talking about the Horn of Africa Federation.
If you guys
that's why I just said to you, you're naive. It would not work because of the tribalism.
I think Horn Africa is East Africa. The reason why they didn't join is because of this in Kenya issues. But they should be part of East Africa because the numbers are not very high with the Horn African countries. You need a stronger bloc than that.
Niger, has Ethiopia got the problem?
That's a very strategic region, and if you don't have the power bloc to have influence in that region, you are going to keep having problems on the continent.
Djibouti has some sort of power around that area.
That one is a military-based supermarket. What are you talking about?
Again, you're forgetting. Wait. Let me explain why. Don't forget that Russia, America, and China, all of them have a base. Yes, but let's just say one of them. Let's say America. Listen. Let's say America, because America wanted to use Djibouti forces to.
I think Providence.
Yo, but no,
you have to be quiet.
Let's not talk.
People speak.
Let's not talk about Djibouti. Djibouti is just insignificant. It's very insignificant. Yeah.
Yes, but
I actually want to hear what he's saying.
Okay, shall I continue?
Continue.
Okay. So you know that
nice speak, yo. That's nice. He's a Congo and he's here, and the guy did not speak. Let him speak.
Well, then you should do. I'm saying you're not doing it without any order. Somebody has to set order. So whoever's gonna go
then. Do you guys want me to finish up what I was saying, or shall I be quiet?
So who's gonna go first? Who's gonna go second? Who's gonna go third?
Okay, I'll finish up my point, then you guys can decide. That's all right.
Now who's gonna go second?
Who wants to go second?
Yeah,
I'll go.
I know the order. Wait 1 second. I know the order. I know Tunaja hasn't spoken. I know that's nice. And K Polymath hasn't spoken. Mo, you can finish your point.
Okay, I was gonna say, America tried to use Djibouti forces to infiltrate Ethiopia and destabilize it. So what happened is Djibouti refused, and Djibouti made it public to. They made it public to the people too. The foreign, I think it was the foreign minister that came out and said that America wanted to use Djibouti as a base to attack and supply the TPLF to destabilize Ethiopia, and they wanted our military to go inside Ethiopia, and we said no. So yeah, that's the point I was gonna make.
Probably telling the truth.
I see. I keep saying it. East Africa should be East Africa. I don't know how. There's no region that behaves like this, where you have East, West. Then there is after the East, there is another one that they just made up a name and say let's create it. East Horn Africans belong in East Africa. That term should go away. They belong in East Africa.
So
and that make them a lot stronger. See, you have to understand power blocks. You have to understand power blocks. You can't see. If we keep making mistakes, the same mistake we made in the past, let's say they already exist now as East Africa, don't they? What is happening there? Because most of those countries, they are not that populated. They are not linked like to Kenya.
Ethiopia is populated. Ethiopia has got a big
Ethiopia is not Horn African. Ethiopia is not Horn African. Is it not East African distinct country?
But the Ethiopia population is more than all the other combined.
But that's what I'm saying.
That is not up to Ethiopia's population. So what are you talking about?
Ethiopia does Ethiopia belong to Horn Africa?
Yes.
Ethiopia is Horn of Africa.
I would say yes.
It literally is the Horn of Africa. It makes the bulk of Horn of Africa.
Yeah, Ethiopia is Horn of Africa to me.
Yeah, but with that logic, Kenya is also Horn of Africa.
No, Kenya is not Horn of Africa.
No,
so Ethiopia
is the Horn.
No, it's not.
I just need to get something clear. Does Ethiopia belong to the East African this in the bloc?
No,
they
don't.
Why not?
Because they're not. That's what
because
I'm saying.
This is madness.
These people know.
No wonder we have problems on our continent.
We can
the first country from Horn of Africa who applied was Somalia. They said no, and Ethiopia withdrew. You understand? The other ones, they thought, okay, whatever. Then they withdrew. And now they're working together, the Ethiopian, Eritrea, and Somalia. Now they're making their own federation.
Ethiopia did not withdraw
Has
because
over
Somalia
150 million
Somalia was
people.
rejected. That's just a lie.
Yeah, Ethiopia didn't want to join anyway. So now Ethiopia has over 150 million people. So they want to like do their own thing, and I think that's fine. It's East Africans' fault that they didn't want to have anything to do with it.
That's what I say.
What
They
is the
should be
point of the
themselves.
union?
When I say honors should
What
be
is
on
the
their
point
own,
of the
people don't
union?
understand what I mean.
What is the
They
point of
should
this
just
union?
make their own honors federation.
See, it's like West Africa going halfway to Cote d'Ivoire and say, you know what, we don't want the others, and because they are not, they are on. What do you call the Senegalese? I don't even know what term you are going to call. You see, are you going to call them side piece West Africans? I don't get it. West is West, East is Central is Central, and if they can't figure out a way to form their own block, they are going to
Teenager, I've got a question for this tribal African idiot. I want to ask him questions. Should Mali and Chad and Mauritania, should they be allowed in the West African Union, ECOWAS, or no? They should form their own Sahelian Union.
Mauritania should be part. I
Let-
think Mali is already
No,
part
I'm
of
asking him. Does he feel the same way about those Muslim countries?
No. I'm not against Muslim countries. I've been a Muslim, but I stopped.
You're not listening to me. I'm talking about Mali, Niger, and these Sahelian countries. Should they be allowed in ECOWAS?
They are in ECOWAS already.
They're in ECOWAS. If they want to be part of ECOWAS,
they really should.
Why
be.
not?
They are already in ECOWAS. Why are we asking that question? They are already part of ECOWAS. Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. All those countries are already part of ECOWAS.
Because these people in these countries, they are proud of being African. They will tell you we are Africans and we are proud of African heritage. But some people in the Horn are not. They're just different.
Shut the fuck up, man. You don't know nothing.
They're not really.
Congo is
They
not
don't
even
want to be.
East
They don't want to
Africa,
be in
though.
Africa, but they want to be at the same time. So.
Congo is not even in the East Africa.
We
And
understand
Congo
that.
was
We
accepted.
understand that's a political
See what I'm saying?
and resource run. That's why they over there. We understand.
Okay,
that.
all right, okay.
I agree, Last Zulu.
All right, so we actually have a Congolese on the panel. Let's just let him speak, okay? So that's nice. You can go ahead.
Right. How's everyone doing?
Hello, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think most Congolese want to join the East African community. Basically, most the East African close border, who they share the border with, especially the Eastern Congolese, don't want nothing to do with, a lot of those East African countries they share a border with for different reasons. How they feel, how they feel. But also I know for a fact that and because I am half East African myself also, and what I've heard from what I've seen from different other East Africans then wasn't happy about Congolese joining them. They thought it was a bad idea. They thought, it was just not something. It was not. Also, yes, also they're not East African themselves, so that was also the reason why they didn't want. But again, it's more political. It's not the people say, it's the government say who's gonna join, who's not gonna join themselves. So even the people do not want it, it's still, it's they're not got no right to say who's gonna join also. And also I know other East Africans say, yeah, it's because of resource. They have resource. And definitely Congo is definitely gonna be used. Even I am half Congolese. I was kind of conflicted at the beginning because I know for a fact Congo definitely gonna be used when it comes to resource. It's just how it is. I know I've been around East Africans. I grew up around East Africans. Honestly, I'll say that they really don't care too much about Congo when it comes to the resource. And that's fine. I think it's fine if Congo is out, if Congo knows that, if Congo South knows that, if it's gonna benefit from joining them, and also this East African country gonna benefit themselves. But I mean, if it works both sides, it works on both sides. But honestly, I think Congo, should definitely work. It should work on itself first before trying to join anything big, something like this.
I do have a question to ask you though, Mr. Nice. I mean, that's nice. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My question is, what does necessarily? I know you said it's joining the East African Federation. Am I correct? To the Congo? Want to make sure I'm right. What
it's
are they
already
gaining?
joined, actually.
Say it again.
It's already part of it already.
Okay, then cool. Then what are they gaining? Because I don't see what East Africa has to offer. That's what I'm saying. Like, what do they have to offer specifically that they need?
Well, what I see from this is what I see from when you talk about East Africans itself, when you take our Congo out, so a lot of the things have happened in East Africa is always ended by East Africans, right? Everyone talk Arusha, first of all, every problem that's come up in East Africa between East African tribal issues.
No. You misunderstand what I'm saying. I just bullet point me the quick answer. What do you think they're trying to gain necessarily? I mean, with East Africa or in the Congo necessarily, are trying to gain from each other because they're doing it for a reason. We know it's economic. It is not necessarily regional shit or tribal shit. It's economic.
Yeah.
So what do you think they're trying to necessarily
when it
gain?
comes to the East African countries, resource,
and vice versa if you can do it.
I think resource the most, because Rwanda doesn't have resource, Burundi doesn't have resource. Tanzania got resource, but not a lot. Not a lot. Kenya does, but not a lot itself. And Sudan got resource also, but but if we talk about what place has most resource, because Congo is the richest country on the planet when it comes to resource wise. If they get Congo. And they
basically got half. They got half of Africa, basically. I see it.
You
got Congo. You
basically got Congo.
You got the heart of Africa.
You got, if you got Congo, then you got the entire. Then you got the richest place on the planet. Basically,
you got the heart of Africa. Like I keep saying that for a reason. It's the heart of Africa.
If you got Congo, and then and these East African countries are more smarter than Congo government. They know what they're doing. It's not like. I mean, when you think about running the countries, they've been doing much better than a lot of other African countries.
I can see that. I can see that though. I can see that much. Leadership wise.
Yeah, leadership wise, they're doing much better. So it's not like they don't know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. It just they're gonna do what benefits them the most, honestly.
So basically, the countries that have no resources are leeching on the countries that have resources.
Basically, but the same thing.
Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to tap in from Congo because the East African community is not really a resource-rich community. If you look at them, So I think Congo will be like their powerhouse. They're just trying to drain Congo to build a community. But as you said, they're not that smart. I don't know why Congo chose to join East Africa. So. I don't know why.
Central Africa. What are they going to join?
Belong to somewhere.
Where are they going to join?
They don't need to join anybody for now.
Oh my God! You have to see. You can't tell them not to just do anything at all.
To Nigeria, if you look at the size of Congo, bro, it is massive.
It's massive, but it's landlocked.
What this guy said. If they can sort out yourself, Congo don't need to join anybody. Because they have all the need. If they can sort out what's going on in their country, they will be okay. They're massive. Congo is a massive land size.
You are presuming that Congo will not turn the table on them later on. If Congo gets its act together,
okay, that's another thing. Congolese are many.
The table on them.
They're almost like 80 million. I think they've got most of the population. So people are always trying to say it on the other side. They're going to use Congo. Why don't you think Congolese are going to use their population and just that's coming to all this country and make you subordinate to them because there are many.
I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing because.
But my point, they don't really need. They don't really need to if they can sort out your country because they are rich. They're rich, rich country, and they've got the population. They've got the land size. Why the haze trying to be part of this East African community? Which really geographically
most of all these things will not count too much with the Continental Free Trade Agreement when it kicks in and all the continental agreements that are coming in play. So these blocks may not count too much in terms of when we talk about the East African community exploiting Congo, because now everybody will be traveling everywhere, everybody can do business all over the continent, so it may not be as, and they are French speaking. I don't think those East African countries are French speaking anyway, so the gap
East African country they've got it's English, interesting.
So the gap will still be there.
They were able to get along for so long. The Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, whatever, because they have the English connection?
I think East Africa is quite dysfunctional. If you ask me, East Africa is a bit dysfunctional, given that they have.
It is just a best up over
because
there.
There's no reason why Kenya shouldn't be this in Ethiopia shouldn't be part of East Africa.
But forget about Ethiopia. Let Ethiopians are not bothered. Ethiopians are not bothered.
You're not understanding. Let me finish my point. That's why I consider it a dysfunctional area, because if you look at West Africa, they are able to come together and function. But somehow that East African area, how many countries? Barely 4 countries come together, and that is the size of the organization. That is like, what is that? It's small compared to what West Africa has pulled off. Even Southern African region have a better organization, and they don't squabble among themselves as much. There's something about East Africa that is a little bit dysfunctional. We have to admit that.
You mean a Horn or East Africa? That's different.
Horn or East Africa, they are the same to me. Pardon?
They said it's because of their ethnic diversity, so it's not the same.
I mean, because they got a whole bunch of mixed people in.
It's because of the mixture of Arabs.
Nigerians and Senegalese look a bit different.
Look,
but they still manage to
I was gonna say, make a point on Congo. So the first thing I was gonna say about Congo is yes, it is the most richest country in the world. But again, if you do have the most natural resources, there's always gonna be other countries eyeing you, i.e., European countries, i.e., China. You're going to have so many countries targeting Congo because they know it's full of natural resources. And what are the world superpowers after? And again, East African Federation. I actually see them. I don't see them helping Congo in any way, shape, or form. I think they're gonna keep it destabilized enough for their countries to go inside and take what they want and need.
That makes more sense.
Yeah. Because again, if you see an opportunity, let's say you're a country leader, if you see an opportunity to exploit a country which has endless amounts of natural resources, then you are going to do it. That's what these are.
Well, it's a little bit unfair for us to be talking down Congolese. You see, if all the Congolese need is one.
I'm not saying they're gonna do it. I'm not saying they're gonna do it. I'm assuming.
Just our opinions,
Yeah, this is why I think that
these are children.
You're going off historical history. No, you're doing off historical history.
Yeah, this is what I think is gonna happen. Like, I'm not saying that they're gonna do it for sure. No, I'm saying that this is what I think. Because again, history showed the weak the strong conquer the weak. And I feel like that they're going to keep Congo weak enough for them to exploit the natural resources and take it.
I wanted to ask, though, why is it that people call the Congolese weak and now they're saying that they want to help the Congo?
Because Congolese people, they're weak and docile. Yeah, you know what's even funny? Why does Congo have Uganda and Rwanda pushing that massive country? And Congo has got a massive population. Those two countries combined. I'm sorry to say, but Congolese, they're weak and docile. They're getting pushed by Uganda and Rwanda.
No. Stop using the word docile. Congo is very.
It's true. Congolese are docile people.
For a very long time. They're fighting. They've got serious tribal wars, and because of that, the country is really divided
why does Congo get pushed around by Rwanda? And did you know Rwanda has opened a factory? I think it was a year ago, 2 years ago. Rwanda has opened. Listen, they opened
I can tell you.
What parts of Congo are you talking about?
I can tell you.
Because foreign powers are using this in Rwanda as a conduit to traffic some of the raw materials from Congo.
Look.
This is something that some nations do around the world. But see. Congo is one good leader away from fixing things, and sometimes we write off countries. I think the way we are sounding here, if Congolese were listening, they will not find it funny because we're just acting as if. Are they happy to be hearing some of the things the fellow Africans are describing their country like? Oh, you're going to be taking advantage of.
No.
You're going to be this. You're going to be that.
East Africans.
Tonight,
I mean, because I can say because we ain't said shit.
Say that Congo is docile and weak, and Congo has nothing to offer. So I'm just wondering. What's the fakeness all about now? I'm just wondering. That's all I'm wondering.
They ain't faking. They telling the truth.
They are not weak and docile. If they were being pounded, you can say, oh, Somalis are weak and docile because they were fighting each other. They were made to fight each other. They were being pounded by powers. I've heard literally a black. This was you listen to this. A black American that used to work for the CIA online. He has a video on YouTube here where he was talking about their exploits in the world. And he was talking about Congo. He was like, the resources that Congo have, there are things that they have there that they need for strategic distinct weapons that they cannot find anywhere else. That why would they leave that for any other power to take over? And the way he said it, he wasn't even talking about the Congolese as if they were human beings. He was talking about the resources of Congo as if it was something that they would not leave for other people to take. It's like the Congolese are not even present. And that is something that the Congolese really need to think about, because this thing that is going on that continent, and maybe one day they will have enough and they will make a change, because I think this is rock bottom where they are.
Yeah, you look, I think there's one thing we are failing to understand. It's really difficult to manage a country that big, bro. You know, that country is like really, really big. To manage a country that big, it's not easy at all. I think that's the most challenge the Congolese are facing to bring that country as one. Because
I think
if you look like,
Djibouti and Gambia should go and take some part of it seriously. That country is just too big, and these small countries.
Nigeria needs this space, and Nigeria needs this space. You know, Nigerians can just go and
very,
take some part of the land.
Congo.
It's very big. I think someone in the north has nothing to do with someone in the south of Congo. I think there'll be like two complete different continents. Trying to unite that country, I don't see how it's possible. I don't see there's any country in this world that speak like that. You know, I think Congo is just all like
China is just as large, if I'm not mistaken.
Russia
is definitely bigger. So,
yeah, but they have the population. That's different.
Yeah, but you know, the democracy, you know, I think that's a challenge. So I think the people in Congo that are saying they want to join the East Africa community, I think that's going to be a problem. Maybe they will just be people on the west of Congo. I don't think those in the east. I don't think those in the west will even want to be part of that community, because it's just two different group of people, man. You know, so joining maybe
that I agree with. That I agree with.
See,
Tunaja, you're trying to say that I see East Africans as East Africans again, because West Africa is not as diverse as East Africa. That's something that you're not understanding. That
what did you just say?
West Africa is not as diverse as East Africa.
Oh my God!
Look.
I'm sorry, you're wrong on that one. Sorry about that.
No. I am correct. Because the diversity in East Africa is much more than the diversity in West Africa. And if you're gonna prove me right,
let me one. Do you know how many languages are in West Africa?
No, I'm not talking about the language. I'm talking about the language. You're gonna use
I'm starting from a point.
Look.
He's talking about diversity. What do you mean by diversity? Racist?
It means that we have Bantu people, we have Nilotic people, we have
too many different types of group of people. We have the Arabs, the Cushites, the Semites, the Nubians, the Nilotes. So many different types of people. Listen.
You are not listening.
My point is, no. Language groups, listen. You could talk about two different Cushites. The Somalis and the Oromos, they're both Cushites, but they speak two different languages. Languages does not have the effects, does not have the same effects as different types of group of people. There are too many different types of group of people in East Africa. You understand what I'm trying to
say? Okay, good. I think I hear what you said. But if you notice that
that's what it means. But you know, guys, I think the
can I finish a sentence? Can I finish a sentence, please?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not hear you were talking. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Let me go after you then.
So East Africans, yes, they are in terms of phenotypically, they look more different, and technically they have about three major groups that look different. While in West Africa, you can argue that maybe they have maximum two in West Africa, because Somalians look slightly different from normal this thing, and you know, if you go to some parts of this thing in West Africa, they look slightly different. Point is that in terms of diversity, in terms of language, in terms of tribes, West Africa has by far more. They have 8,000 languages in West Africa, and maybe more than 500 different tribes in this thing, West Africa, and these will see themselves as different. This is what you have to understand, and that is all that matters. They see themselves as different.
I think what Omo was trying to say to Nigeria, if I go to Nigeria, I will blend. I go to Ghana, I will blend. I go to Togo, I'll blend.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Sierra Leone, I'll blend. I go to Ghana. You would know. I even come to Congo. Do you know what I mean? But I think if a Somalia goes to Ethiopia, they might know the difference. I don't know.
I agree what you mean, but there are just three major groups. There are three major groups.
In Ethiopia alone, there are the group there. There are Semites, like the Amhara, and these people are descendants of Yemen because they're literally Semites. You understand? There's the Arabs in Eritrea and Djibouti. There are so many different types of ethnic people, not language groups and clans, because clans all come from, like, you know, usually the same person. But there are so many different types of people in East Africa, so it's going to be hard to put all of those people in East Africa into one confederation, if you know what I'm trying to say.
I think I understand what you are saying, but to be fair, I'm not sure that is the reason why. Because I'm not sure that is the reason why they can't come together, because they also have things in common that West Africans don't have. Like, they generally share similar languages in that region.
No.
Again, many of them speak Swahili in that region.
No, Kenya and below speak Swahili, while Somalia and above usually speak the Afro-Asiatic languages like Somali, Arab, Tigray, so many different types of languages. But my point is, we don't share the same languages, no. Because alone in Ethiopia alone, they speak, I don't know, more than 10 languages.
80,
yes, okay, silly like that.
Hundreds. But the thing is, I understand where Mo is coming from, but I just want to add one small thing that will be positive for the Congo, because Congo is landlocked. That will be a positive for them to have a.
They're not completely landlocked. They've got the little.
They're not. I thought they were landlocked. Anyway.
No.
So they have sea.
They sort of are, sort of not. It's a sort of is, sort of not kind of deal.
The sea is
they have the Pacific
the roadway doesn't work.
Atlantic, I mean, sorry.
Anyway. Yes, they have an opening to the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Good.
All right,
but
so
yeah, we do have different people in the Horn, in the East Africa. We have different people that totally different backgrounds. So in that case, I do agree with Mo in this case.
All right, so we're gonna let That's Nice. Do you have any reply to anything that has been said as a Congolese?
Yeah. You know, if this works out, you know, listen, the whole plan of the East African community is to make it a country. That's the whole plan about it. At the end of the day, you know, even though right now they kind of have a little bit issues going on between, you know, Burundi, they said something, and a lot of East Africans themselves do not like what they said. But you know, I know they have a lot of issues, but right now the whole plan of East African this community is to become one country, right? That's the whole plan about it.
One country.
Yeah, it's the idea
one
is
country or one region.
One country.
That's
the whole
thing. Supposed to be one country.
Mr. Nice, how is Burundi's relations with these East African countries, since Burundi is not an English-speaking country? Remember, the majority of these East African countries are English-speaking, and Burundi is a French-speaking country.
Well, Burundi is just like an East African country, where next to Rwanda, so it just you know it wants to be part of that East African community. So
they're too small.
And they kind of speak Swahili now as well.
And they speak Swahili, so there's that. You know, and I was saying earlier, you know, the whole plan, right? If this works out, if it works out, you know, that the thing about Congo, right? Congo definitely is getting Congo definitely gonna be used. That's how it is. Congo definitely gonna be exploited a lot. But if the plan is to make a country, they cannot leave Congo out. That's the thing. They cannot leave Congo, because if you leave Congo out, that means more than 50%, about 80% of your population will be in poverty. That's the whole thing.
Hi, look at all the countries surrounding Congo. It's a travesty what is going on that continent.
Yo,
it drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. Look at all the countries surrounding Congo, and they let that country remain as unstable as it is. I don't understand.
To me, if you ask me, they need to divide Congo to like 4 or 5 different countries, bro.
Yeah, that's
not going to solve anything.
That point has already been made.
Okay.
That's nice. Did you have anything else add to that before the other panelists speak?
Yeah. So that's the whole thing I was trying to say. You know, and if that thing, if it become country, that means 80% of Congo, basically 80% of their population will be in poverty. So if they want to stand this idea of we're gonna be successful, they have to fix Congo. That's the only way. If they don't, then that means that entire East African country thing, it's not gonna work out then.
Right.
Why is it that? Sorry, let me just add.
No,
Okay,
you
go ahead.
cannot. No,
it's a question. It's a question I'm asking.
You can ask it later. We're gonna have Dr. K go ahead. Did you have anything to add?
Special day with Dr. K. Tune in, guys, now. Yeah, I want to correct some of you guys' assumptions about like the so-called Horn and it being different from East Africa. Look, right now in the Horn of Africa, there's a lot of issues within their own countries, so that's not relevant to intra-south/north issues. So that's just irrelevant, I would say. They have some issues to get with and to sort themselves out, and they will. I'll give a country like Kenya again. You have about 3 million Somalis there. You have other Cushitic tribes. You have a very diverse set. You have Nilotes, you've got Bantus, you've got, and it's working perfectly fine. They all speak Swahili, and they're all, generally doing well. The country's moving forward. So that whole idea of, these people can't work with these people, Kenya's a pretty good example of a country that has very diverse set of people and is working pretty well for that region. Next is, will Congo be colonized? If I'm, the president, no. What will happen is Congo will get its fair share of resources. We'll do a lot of development. Because, someone mentioned, I think only me, she mentioned that Congo didn't have a seaport. Now, it technically does, but it doesn't work. Basically, the roads from that seaport to Kinshasa and other places, it sucks. It's unusable, more or less. It'll take weeks to actually get trucked down there. And most of the time, it kind of breaks. So actually, they prefer using the Tanzanian.
What about the train system?
Ports. Yeah. So actually, Congo is going to benefit greatly by having access to 3 ports. In Tanzania, in Lamu in Kenya, and also the one in Mombasa. So that's going to be good for their business. Again, they're going to get tariff-free access to seaports, meaning they're going to be able to import things like cars for a lot cheaper. One reason why Ethiopia is so expensive to import things like cars, they're going to go through Djibouti. So this really kind of is going to improve the economy of Congo because people can have access to things like cars for a lot cheaper than they currently have. The taxes won't be as high. Also, I do think that ultimately education is going to improve because they're going to have access to Anglophone countries. I will be honest, Anglophone countries tend to be better than these French countries for many reasons. The French had this issue of assimilation where they make you feel like you're French until you're not. At least with the English countries, it's sort of like made them kind of know you're kind of different from us. And I would say that they're more aware of that. So they have a slightly different mentality. So yeah, overall, if I'm not president of this federation, yes, they will get exploited a little bit. I do believe that. But if I'm president, I do believe that they're going to get the best deal out of it.
You haven't answered the question. What is the benefit of Congo joining the East African community?
Simple. Access to seaports, cheaper tariffs or no tariffs, so they can get goods there freely. The only thing they have to pay is
it had to be no tariffs.
Road tax. That's one. 2, they're going to get access to being able to travel freely to countries that are developed. So that means the skilled people are going to be able to travel there. And that's going to be good. The unskilled people can go there too and share. And people can move to Congo now because Congo is so expensive. The difference between like Kinshasa people and people living in some of the villages is drastic. So this will basically increase. Yeah, it's actually like basically in Congo, there's so much poverty there because it's impossible if you're from the village to actually get access to money because there's such a huge divide between the rich and poor. So this really will allow the people to have freedom of movements to countries where the divide isn't so large. Like in countries like Tanzania, you could literally shop up so easily. And what this will allow Congo is to be able to go to countries, some of the people, and learn skills, come back, rebuild their countries.
Fair deal.
Okay, I was gonna pour a point. I was gonna say firstly, Dr. K, about the point that you said about Kenya being a great example of everyone working together. Again, Kenya is a Bantu-dominated country. It has 46 million population, and 60% of it is Bantu.
Yeah, that was
and
what
the
I
rest
was
of
about to say.
Yeah, and all the rest of the people that came into there are immigrants. So again, they understand the working order. You have to learn the language. You have to assimilate to the culture. You have to understand exactly what. Yeah, so you have to assimilate and you have to understand the culture. So you're becoming part of Kenya. So you have to learn the Swahili language. So again, Kenya is not diverse as in those people lived there for a long time. No, the Somalis came there because of the war that happened.
I just want to ask Dr. K,
and the NFT,
Somalia part of the Kenyan government.
Wait. Okay. I was going to say the NFT part.
Wait.
Okay. I was going to say the NFT part of Somalia has always belonged to Somalia, but it's been given to Kenya by the British. If you know what I mean. If you did your research on that. But other than that, Kenya has always been a Bantu country. It's always been ruled by a Bantu. So, and it even has majority
No, that's
population
not
Bantu.
true. Actually,
No, there's also Nilotic in Kenya.
Yeah, but it's 60% Bantu, and it's always been ruled by Bantu. And if you're gonna prove me wrong,
that's not,
please bring up the evidence.
That's not true. The first president isn't even a Bantu. You know that, right?
What do you say?
Jomo Kenyatta.
The first president, sorry, not first, second president is not even a Bantu. It's actually a Nilot.
Who?
Daniel Arap Moi.
Arap Moi,
right?
And why is he? Why is he? And why is he?
He's a
Nilot.
Okay, then tell me a Cushitic leader that's ruled Kenya.
There are other ones.
But my point, no, I never said there's no other rules. I said it's a Bantu-dominated country, and it is.
Hang on, you said that it's all the leaders of Bantus. No, it's
no. I said it's a Bantu-dominated country. I never said all. I said probably one or two maybe, but it's a Bantu. Yeah, it's a Bantu-dominated country.
That's just the fact.
I wouldn't say that. I would say actually,
why not? They're more than 60% of the population. Other than the president that led that country, I don't see any other president being of a Cushitic or of an Nilot. So if you're gonna bring up if you're gonna say you don't know, so please bring up an evidence.
Two presidents have been Nilot. It's actually alternating between two tribes. One is Kikuyu, one is Kalenjin. It always alternates between those two tribes.
Yeah, so you can and are they both Bantu?
Sorry, no, they're not.
Are they both Bantu?
One is Bantu, yes.
Yeah, but that's my point. Nilots have always been Nilots have been in Kenya much longer than like the Kushites of recent that have come to northern parts of Kenya because of what happened.
What are you talking about, Mo? What are you talking about?
I'm talking. Wait, listen.
About really,
Dr. R.
Mo.
Dr. R. I'm talking about.
Somalis are refugees in Kenya. That's just the fact. They came as refugees in Kenya.
Listen to my point. Listen to my point.
It's too many people talking. We can't hear nobody.
Can I finish what I was saying? Nobody's letting me speak. Like I'm having to talk over people because no one's letting me speak.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to say Kenya is a Bantu country. It is a Bantu country. You could say that it has other minorities or other people in it. Yes, I'm not disputing that. But it is a Bantu country. It has more than 60% of the population being Bantu.
Yeah.
Bro, the most powerful tribes is two tribes, Kikuyu and Kalenjin. The Kalenjin have access to all the police. Basically, they are, I would say, probably the most powerful because most police officers, chiefs are Kalenjin, and that's a Nilotic tribe. And when it comes to Bantu, it's only Kikuyus who have power. Most other Bantu tribes don't have any power. And when you talk about Somalis have been there way before. If you talk about Nairobi Somalis, yeah, a lot of them are from Somalia. But when you're talking about the north, it's always
yes, but I'm talking about that part was given. That the north part of Somalia was given by the British.
Let me
Mo,
finish.
can I say something, Mo, please?
1 second, just 1 second. It wasn't given because there was no such thing as Kenya until that point anyways. That's the whole point. There was no country called Kenya. The country came Kenya when all the Somali region in the north, like Isiolo came in, the southern region and Mombasa. Mombasa doesn't even recognize itself as Kenyans, really. They actually consider themselves separate to Kenya. So Kenya didn't even exist until
I'm going to counter
counties came together. They weren't given, it was just all of them, whatever, they became one country. There was no Kenya before that.
Okay. Yeah. And before there was Kenya, and when the British or the 18th, I forgot what year it was, 1865, Berlin Conference happened when they broke Africa apart. The northern part of Kenya was a Somali territory that's being given to the new founding country of Kenya by the British.
True,
and you can do your research on this.
No.
Hold on. What is this argument? I think Dr. K, why are you arguing with him? He's just saying that Kenya is a Bantu-dominated country.
Yeah,
that is the fact.
That's the fact. I don't know why
a controversial statement. I don't know why we keep going around. This, I think.
I just want to say something, but then you guys overtalk me a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me go after. Yes, that's exactly what he meant. What I want to say was the tribal African, he comes with his Bantu supremacies here and says, no, they don't belong to Africa, to Kenya.
That's not my voice for the first place. Put some respect on my voice.
Listen, though.
Put some respect on my voice. That's not how I say.
Listen, listen to me. You just said that Somalis don't belong to Kenya, and you have no idea the history of the Horn of Africa or in East Africa. You have no history.
I said Somalians went to Kenya
don't belong there. You said you just said they don't belong there. Even though, can I please finish? Can I please finish my point? Can I please finish my point?
You don't listen.
Can I please finish my point? Let me finish my point. Here is my point. The Somalis who are in Kenya, they are native to that land. They've been there long before the Bantu migration. They've been there forever.
Bullshit.
Do you see that?
Bullshit.
You have no idea our history. So you sitting here and talking.
Bullshit.
Yeah, that okay. Dr.
Next.
K is your country. Are Somalis native to Kenya? Yes or no?
Okay, H Block, did you have anything to add? I'm sorry, my head. I can't take. My head hurts. I can't take it. H Block, did you have anything to add?
Fuck your people.
See, so I think it was a bad mistake that all East Africans made by rejecting Somalia into the
So that, yeah, I asked H Block if he had a question. H Block, did you have something to say?
Okay.
Can you
You're muted.
Mike?
I think he's not here. Can I just say one point before he, because I don't think he's here.
No. Let me just say because I've been having to and fro with Dr. K. I think it's a mistake that East Africans didn't take this in the Somalis in, because that would have brought this in later on brought Ethiopia in. I believe in big strong blocks of power, because right now we just scattered all over the place. And also, look at Congo.
My mic was off.
Every time we talk about Congo, we talk about Congo relating to Rwanda. But look at how many countries surround Congo: Uganda, South Sudan, Central African Republic, Republic of Congo, and this in Angola, Zambia. What are Tanzania? What are all these countries doing to contribute to Congo to help stabilize it? I don't understand it. We keep talking about Rwanda all the time.
The mission is not to stabilize Congo, so technically there's nothing wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was going to make my other point to Dr. K. There have been four presidents of Kenya, and 3 of them were Bantus.
You can't even say Bantu. It's Kikuyu. The point here is.
Yes, my point still stands. They're of Bantu ethnic.
No, it's not.
Bro, hold on. Hey, Dr. K,
listen. This is true. This is true. 4
Kikuyu.
Look.
Listen.
Mo,
listen. Can you let me finish? Can I finish?
Mo, have you ever lived in Kenya, Mo? Mo, have you ever lived in Kenya?
I've been there. I've not lived there. I've been there for. Okay, you know what?
Okay,
you can
you don't know what you're talking about, bro.
I've been there for a bit. I have been there.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Listen,
look, if you ever been to Kenya, there's no such a thing as Bantu, bro. It's tribes.
Listen, you're not letting me. Okay, again.
Kenya,
listen,
Kikuyu and Luo. Those 2 tribes.
Just like the Somalis are Kushites. The Kikuyus are Bantu. That's what I'm trying to make. That's the point I'm trying to say.
Nobody cares, bro. They don't go by Bantu over
Again, there are so many ethnic tribes for me to remember. That's why I'm saying Bantus, because I don't want to butcher the word.
In Kenya, there's no such a thing as Bantu. It's just a name.
You're not understanding what I'm trying to say. I can't pronounce all of the ethnic clans because I don't know most of them.
They're not united.
I'm saying
Bantu. They're not united. Like
to be honest, they're all the same.
The Kamba, they're all Bantu, but they're doing their own thing.
Look. Let's not try to
my point still stands. I said 3 out of the 4 presidents.
So he's just trying to generalize. So you should understand what
listen.
he's saying. Bantus are made up of so many tribes.
H-Block's trying to calm down, brother. I'm not trying to be. You know what I mean? I'm trying my point.
What you saying is not accurate, bro.
Listen, in my country, we don't call nobody.
Are the Kikuyu not Bantu?
Are the Kikuyu not Bantu?
Oh, okay, all right.
People don't even use those terms over there.
H-Block, did you have a point?
Listen.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say is like, Mo keeps saying Bantu, but if you go to the reality in Kenya, there's no such thing as Bantu.
Call me Kushite. It's not offensive if I say Bantu, is it? If you find it offensive, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you find it offensive.
Look, but I'm trying to explain something to you, bro.
You're sounding like a little girl.
What you saying? You just
every time
I
say the word Bantu, you throw a big tantrum.
But that's not how it works. You said
I will take no
Kenya,
offense. Call me a
Kenya
Kushite.
is a Bantu. You said Kenya
Call
is
Somalia Kushite. I take no offense.
That's not how it works in Kenya.
Wait a minute, let him finish for God's sake.
Look, man. The Luo people, the Nilotics people, they're very powerful in Kenya, and the most powerful tribe in Kenya is Kikuyu. It's not Bantu. They just simply call Kikuyu. You know what I'm saying? The Luos, all the intellectuals, all the professors, all the people in academia are Luos. Those Luos, they're as powerful as the Kikuyu Bantu. There's no such thing as
that's true.
Bantu.
There's no tribe in Africa that is called Bantu tribe in all our African countries. There's no
okay. In that respect, I understand. But I'm talking about listen. Kikuyu fall under the branch, if you took it scientifically, they fall under the branch of the Bantu, while Somalis fall under the branch of Kushites. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to get at.
But that's irrelevant in Kenya. In Kenya, that's irrelevant.
Okay, then I understand that. I
How
understand
can
that.
that be irrelevant? Hold on. This is getting. Hold on. It's like saying what Solomon. I don't know what his name is. All he's saying is that it's like saying the US is run by mostly white presidents, and suddenly people lose their mind. Oh no, the one was Irish, the other one was
exactly what I'm trying to say.
This is stupid. He's just saying that they're Bantu. How is that confusing?
No. Tonight, there's a really big point
No,
here.
he is.
No, it's not.
It's not confusing at all. It's very straightforward point.
There's a big point. There's no such thing as Bantu in Kenya. No one calls themselves. No one
There's nothing like Bantu in any other African country, Dr. K.
There's a point
He's
that I'm
talking
making.
about the ethnic people who run that country.
Exactly.
You
have to
That's what
listen
he's
to the
saying.
point, right?
You guys just
No
try
one-
not to understand him.
No, look, the point is simple.
They're making it as
No
much
one in
more
Kenya-
difficult than they can. Like,
It's so silly, really. It's one of the silliest
very,
arguments I've
very
ever heard.
Listen,
facts. I don't
tonight
know why
and
people-
Mo, you guys should listen first. No one is going around thinking that they're Bantu or like thinking that they're connected because they're Bantu. Wait,
That's why people go around thinking that they are white.
You can't just go.
The
point here
that's
is-
true.
Yo.
Even in my country, there's no one that's called. They call themselves Bantu tribe in my country.
Yo,
Exactly.
that's
Why would they
not
call
what he
themselves Bantu
means,
tribe?
though.
You know,
He's
but
just
then I'm
trying
talking about the
to-
ethnic people.
It's the
I am
same-
talking about the ethnic people.
Mo,
I'm not
let
trying
me
to say that.
let me say it for you. Wait, Mo. What he's saying is the people who are running that country is from the same ethnic group, whether we don't know their clans and sub-clans, but they are the same, simply same ethnic group, which is Bantu ethnic group.
Just like
So
you
that's
class in
all he's
Nilotic.
saying.
Bantu ethnic
Exactly.
group.
Now, when we say Nilotic,
course
you're
there
not
is a
going to
Bantu
deep
group.
down their clans.
there
we don't know
isn't.
which clan
No,
of
no, no,
Nilotic.
Exactly.
You
Only
understand?
me. No, it's what he said. He said Kenya is a Bantu-dominated country, but in reality on the ground is
It
different.
is, though.
There's no
It
such
is.
thing
It
as
More
is,
than
Bantu
though.
over there.
60%.
It's a
More than
fact.
60%.
God.
It is a fact.
Yes,
More than
but look,
60% of the people that live in Kenya are Bantu.
Look. Oh man, I'm
I
done,
can't
bro.
believe
This
they're
is
arguing
a
over
very
this
simple-
point.
weird
I can't believe they're arguing this
Anyway,
point.
can
And
we
I think
pass
the reason
that
why they're
on?
arguing it is because of some kind of tribal stuff. That's
No,
why they're arguing.
it's
with
because
that.
Dr. K
That
is
is very
mixed.
simple
No,
point.
it's because Dr. K is past Nilotic part that. That's why he doesn't
No,
know
no,
about
They're
that.
just
It's
arguing
just-
over it
he has
because
an
they don't want to
identity
believe that the Bantus are
crisis
dominating
issue.
this thing.
Niger, listen. Just listen to the point before you talk.
Kikuyu is a Bantu tribe. now.
Run the country majority,
Exactly,
and
there
no
are.
one else thinks that they're Kikuyu or they're related to those people. Those people are crooked in some of them, and they run their country the way they do when they have power. Then you have the Kalenjin who run the police officers. Then you have the Luos. These are the three main tribes that run the country.
Who's
Not Bantu.
what's his tribe,
Bantu
please?
Hang on.
Kenyatta, what's his tribe?
And under what category do they fall in?
Yes.
One of them, two of them is Kalenjin, and one of them is a Bantu. Those are the three.
How
Oh
many
my God,
presidents?
that's
Can I
ridiculous.
ask you, Dr. K? Dr. K, how many presidents were
There's
not
no gallantry
Bantu?
compared to Bantu.
How many presidents?
How many presidents in Kenya was not Bantu? How many?
You can't call it Bantu. Nan-Kikuyu, there is one.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No,
Bantu,
it does
Bantu.
matter.
You know exactly what I'm saying.
Dr. K, who was Jomo
How
Kenyatta?
many?
Dr.
Somalis
K.
will never. Anyways, but
It does
how
not
many?
because it's
Please,
not about Bantu.
one
No one is
minute.
voting.
Dr. K, this
because they're
question for you,
Bantu.
please.
They're
Wow,
voting
Dr.
because
K
they're
has
playing.
devolved
He's
this thing.
Dr. K, who was
He's just
who
devolved
was
it.
Jomo Kenyatta? Dr. K, can you answer? Who was Jomo Kenyatta?
He was Kikuyu, wasn't he?
To be honest, Kikuyus aren't even real Bantus. They're mixed anyways with like 35%.
Dr. K, who was Jomo Kenyatta? Who was
So I
Jomo
don't even
Kenyatta?
know.
If you want to go in science, if you want to go scientific with me, the E1, B1A.
Kikuyus are not
doesn't
even
matter.
so-called genetically Bantus. They're mixed with the
They are
Kushites.
Yeah,
But
that's what
again,
happens when you
they
have a lot
have
of mixed race people.
predominantly,
They're just
Dr. K,
confused,
they have
man.
predominantly
people
Bantu
that are talking about
admixture.
Kenya, they never even lived in Kenya, bro. Like they just
Yeah,
saying all this stuff about Kenya. We lived in Kenya,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we're trying to tell you how it is over there.
You guys are missing it. Like no one
Gracious.
knows.
Mixing everything
you
together,
guys
bro.
you guys listen. I have to say this one thing and here, okay? Bantu, when we're talking about this, is people who share the same linguistic, and we know who they are. Why are we acting like we don't know who Bantus are? And these
They're
people are
people.
the one who were running the country. How many presidents are non-Bantu? You cannot answer me that. You can't.
Only one.
Kikuyu,
How
say
many? Only
Kikuyu,
one
bro,
of
not
them.
Bantu. Kikuyu,
I don't
not
care.
Bantu.
Kikuyu is Bantu, and it's only
Yeah,
one.
But they don't
Nilot
care
who was
about
the president
Bantu.
that
They're
time.
not united with the other Bantus. Like there's other tribes of Bantus,
Oh
right?
my
The
Listen.
Meru, the Kamba.
It doesn't
Like they're not
even
all.
matter.
It's just one
Listen.
tribe. They're not all
See,
together.
I'm not.
Anyway,
I'm
can
not
we
talking about
move
unity.
on?
Oh
I'm not
my
talking about
God,
unity.
this is
It's gonna be about
unbelievable.
10
This
more
is
minutes,
crazy.
and then we're moving on to the next
Listen,
song.
I'm not talking about
It's
unity. I am
crazy.
talking about what Kikuyu falls under. What ethnic tribe do they fall under?
Genetically,
They fall under the
ethnic.
They
Bantu.
are the Bantu.
The
Genetically,
just like
ethnic
the
See,
tribe.
Somalis
Kikuyu.
and the Afars and the
okay.
Oromos fall under
Let
Kushite.
me read the documentation that I saw on this in the Kikuyus. They said the Kikuyu are a Bantu ethnic group native to
Exactly.
central Kenya.
Okay.
Jesus Christ!
We use the genetics to Niger. Genetically, they're
Stop!
not
Oh my
so-called
God!
Bantu.
Yeah,
They are at least 30%.
you are gonna go to the patrilineal line, and you are going to ignore the
Yeah,
matrilineal line.
Tunaja,
Jesus
Even
Christ!
their music.
Tunaja,
Their
I
music
agree
sounds
with
like
you.
South
Kikuyus are
Cushitic
not
music. Have you heard
Bantu.
it?
Kikuyus are Kushite. I agree
Have
with
you heard of
They're not
actually?
No,
Kushite.
they are not. They said they are
And
Bantu.
the
No,
local
they're
are
not.
closer
Have you
to
heard?
AM is
Oh
just
my God!
African
trolling.
millennials, stop.
You have joined the confusion too.
Have you
Seriously,
heard
African
Kikuyu music to Niger?
millennials,
It sounds like
stop, sis.
southern.
Kukuyos are not
just
Kushite.
trolling us now.
Mo, I was
I think
trolling.
you
I
guys
know
just came here to troll or
You
something.
trolling, I know.
They trolls.
They
They
are
trolls.
clearly Bantus.
that.
It's
Yeah,
not even
Bantus, huh?
confusing.
Okay.
it's like me saying Somalia is not dominated by Kushite, it's dominated by one clan. It doesn't make any sense. That
Yeah.
one clan, like me saying, Somalis are not run by Kushite, it's just one clan. Doesn't make any sense. Bantu run in Kenya. Period. We don't have to discuss this. Can we
Can I
please
ask
stop?
you one question? Can
It's
I
just
ask you a
because
question?
Dr. K is mixed.
Hold
That's why
on.
he's confused.
Let me ask. Let
Dr.
me
K is
ask
half
only
Bantu
me
and
one
half
question.
Kushite. Yeah.
Yes, yeah,
Let me
that's
ask
what's
only me
happening
one.
here.
Let me ask only me
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I may
yeah.
be
Go ahead.
confused when they use the term Kushite. Is it Kushite as of old, like the Kushite
No,
The
of course
Empire,
not,
Bible.
Niger.
or
Stop
this is a
confusing
different
people.
kind of Kusha?
We're
No,
talking
because
about modern
I know that
Kushite.
Sudan.
No,
Look,
no.
there are different people in Sudan than
No. Sudan is
Yeah,
Kush.
can I
Sudan is
answer?
Kush.
Well, he asked me the question, Ya Allah, please.
because the
He
Kush
asked me the
kingdom,
Only
ancient
me.
question.
You
Kush
want to answer
kingdom.
everything? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, but
No,
he
it's a
asked me
simple.
the
I
question,
asked
Walala,
it.
Wallahi.
Come on.
Yeah, he asked me.
The
Come on.
ancient
You can
Kushite
answer after
kingdom.
me.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
ancient Kush
no,
kingdom
no, it's not the same.
are in Sudan. Exactly, they are not the same. That's why I need
No,
to
no.
understand.
Let me tell you why I say that, because Kushite, they said these people are, it's a language family, Kushite speaking people, and Kushite is just a language, but the people who speak this language are related to each other. That's all that means. We're not talking about the kingdom of Kush in Sudan,
Okay.
even though these people have migrated from up there anyways. You understand? These Kushite, they came from north, because we still have a family member from the Kushite, which is in Beja, still in Sudan. So we came from there anyways. But when you hear the Kushite, this is a language family who are related to each other by blood.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
if when
that's
I
all.
look at them, they don't look like some of the Sudanese as much. That's what I find, especially the
But
South Sudanese. They look completely different from
Tunaja,
the Kushites.
if you look at the ancient paintings by the Kushite time, the Kushite kingdoms, if you look at
Yeah.
their paintings, there were some that look literally like Egyptian. You could mix with
Yeah, some
Egyptian,
of them could
and
be Phoenician.
some were dark like Nilotic. So these people were anyways living together, and we have like 60% from our DNA from Nilotic. So these people was living together and had this civilization back in the days also. So yeah, but if you look at the pictures, you think that this is Egyptian, but it's not. It's a Kushites. So Kushite is
Yeah,
diverse, you say.
because
So as a
they look
kingdom,
quite
so
different from different this thing. I just feel like the Kushite, the old Kushite, somehow the language has changed. And just like when they call Ethiopians, they used to use Ethiopians to refer to as black or something like that. Later on, they changed it to
Exactly.
something else. So there's a bit of
Mhm.
a gymnastics going on that continent with the way they describe things.
intermixing and stuff. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, when we talk about now today, we're talking about people who speak this language. It is a language family.
But what are the Congolese neighbors doing? Because somehow we seem to focus only on
They
Rwanda
have their own
that is doing
issues. They have
relatively
their own
well.
issues. They're dealing with their own issues.
Yeah, because Rwanda doesn't have issues. Oh, how about Angola? Angola has issues. Zambia has issues.
Angola
Tanzania.
have their issues.
What
All those
issue does
countries have
Tanzania have?
issues.
What?
I don't know.
I don't understand. I don't understand. How can
So
they all just have issues?
what do you mean by what are their neighbors doing? I don't understand. What do you mean?
Yeah,
What do
because
they want them to do?
see, let me tell you something. Yeah, when there's the war in West Africa, Nigerians just didn't sit by and let that happen. They went in there and tried to stop it, and most of it, they stopped all of them. I don't
Which war is that,
understand.
bro? Which war?
From Liberia, Sierra Leone, They stopped it, and they stopped themselves from losing their mind too, and that too happened. So, but how is it that
didn't the
Congo
Nigerians
is
commit
going
war
through this
crimes
for decades now? Eh? Go ahead.
Teenager,
The
didn't
complexity.
Nigerians didn't Nigerians commit war crimes in Liberia, or was it Sierra Leone,
Oh
if I recall?
goodness, are you worrying about
Well,
war crimes or
let's
somebody
leave that.
stopping
So
a war?
let's talk about Congo. You see, I
There's
think the
war crimes happening
complexity
in
of
every war.
Congo is just so much, bro. Because Congo, everyone is there. The Russians, the French, the German, the American. It's so complex. What you want, Angola cannot even interfere. Rwanda, Zambia.
Why do you keep
There's
saying that
so
though?
much
But
superpowers.
why is
Because
everybody
that's
talking
the
about
fact.
Rwanda then? Why is everybody talking about Rwanda?
Because
And
Rwanda is.
Who's talking
I
about Rwanda?
can personally tell you that to Nigeria. Rwanda necessarily Rwanda, my bad. It's actually owned by the U.S. and mostly France, but they got stupid.
Who's
And I
talking
mean,
about
literally,
Rwanda?
no.
Rwanda is just a small country, bro. What are they doing? They're just trying
yeah,
to
but they
build up
keep
their
talking about
history.
Rwanda all the time. Whenever they talk about Congo, they talk about Rwanda, but we forget that
What
about so many
can
other countries
Rwanda
bordering the country.
what can Rwanda do to Congo, bro? Look at the size of those two countries. What can
It's not
Rwanda
about
do to
size. It's
Congo?
about
Rwanda
economical power
exploiting though. Rwanda
power,
exploiting the
man.
country.
Yeah, they
It's
might
not about
exploit a
that, man.
little part closer to them because they're the border, that little part closer to them, but they're not exploiting the whole
Well,
Congo.
I think the neighboring countries, I guess the Republic of Congo has a bit of an issue, but the neighboring countries should
Yes.
do more to stabilize this in the Democratic Republic. It's a little bit
It's,
silly, really, that they
it's
let this
just
thing
too big,
fester for
bro.
this long.
Congo is just too big. I think that's the problem, man. It's just
Tribal
too big.
African is Cameroon. Are you still fighting?
Well, they've got some pockets of, I call them gangsters. They're not really like people who can fight. They're just
Okay, not a
gangsters. You know
full-blown
what I
civil
mean?
war. Okay,
They cannot, because there are people that are fighting the Cameroon army, a group of people. So it's not like a little group of people that are fighting they want to fight the military. So it's just some, I call them gangsters. You know, they're just sporadic attacks.
I think if Congo could have joined West Africa, they would have, because they know West Africa has a knack for being able to stop nonsense. And this stuff that is going on in Congo, they would have figured out a way to stop that nonsense going on in Congo, because it's a little bit so ridiculous what's going on.
Let's not do that one now.
No. West Africa stops nonsense, man.
Can I ask a question? I
Congo's a
just want to ask it.
liability, to be honest.
Yeah. Can I ask a
Pardon?
question about Angola? Guys, if you guys have
Yeah.
any idea about Angola.
Yeah, go ahead.
Angola is an oil producing country and one of the poorest country. Why is it like that? That oil, they produce a lot of oil, Angola.
No, it's not
And
poor.
did they
Angola
make
They are
is
some?
quite
not
rich,
poor.
actually.
It is
Angola
poor
is one of
according
those
to
few
the.
countries doing well.
But
Yeah,
no, for real. I mean, come on. Did they make a bad deals when they were making the oil? I don't know, but Angola is poor actually. When you look at the people who produce oil, you know what I'm saying, and they do produce oil. Does
Nigeria
anybody has
produces.
any idea?
I think Angola, by and large, compared to many African countries, they are like, on the level of you can argue that they are on the level of Ghana, if not even ahead,
they're second
because
world.
they are quite okay to an extent. They are one of the few okay stories you can argue in Africa.
According
Really,
to index, they're the 8th in Africa. The 8th richest country in Africa is Angola.
you see.
So I don't
Yeah,
know why
I
they are
they're saying
second
they're
world
so
nation.
poor.
African millennia. Maybe you should do a show about that because I've seen a documentary that was showing about Angola, and
When was
the
it?
oil literally just goes to America, and it's very corrupt. I don't know what
Oh,
happened.
they shut that down.
They,
I'm telling you now, that got shut
they,
down a long time ago. That got
but
shut down.
Isn't China
doing very well for
isn't
themselves.
Angola indebted to China? Because Angola's finished. It's been taken over by China along with Zambia.
Yeah, but the people are living under poverty line.
Yeah, of
You
course
guys
they're
can
living in
go and
poverty
Google it.
because
They
it's
live in,
corrupt. Isn't
yeah,
it ruled
that's
by
what I'm
some
saying.
Marathi family?
Maybe
All
we should
African
look
countries,
at
the
that.
people are living under poverty and the politicians are rich.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
oil
everybody.
I'm looking at
producing country,
Angola.
they
See,
produce as much oil as Kuwait. I heard they produce a lot of oil actually, as much as Kuwait, and
yeah,
they
but they are
still
not
like.
doing too badly, though. I must say, if you want to talk
Yeah,
about
but
poverty, come to Nigeria. I don't think these ones are doing that badly. I think
yeah, but
this is not
why do you think this is
Nigerian level
happening,
poverty.
to Niger? Why
It's
do you think this is
corruption. It's
happening?
just corruption.
I think
There's nothing there.
corruption and their links with Portugal is also
With,
affecting them significantly.
is it Spain or
So
Portugal?
all these,
The bad deals,
I think it's
maybe.
Portugal. The vestiges of the past is what is still affecting them. See, all many Black African countries, in short, almost all of them have weak states. That is the symptom of a weak state. If a state is weak, generally you see this type of poverties, this is show up. Angola is not that weak actually, but their numbers are still low, but they're not that weak because you know they fought a civil war for a long time.
Yeah, for long,
So
long time.
they have
long
a
time.
culture of fighting too, just like Eritrea did. So yeah, that's I look at them. They are doing relatively okay compared to Congo, compared to Central African Republic, Cameroon, Nigeria. So when you talk about poverty, I don't see them as being really bad.
I was gonna make a point as well. I was gonna say as well, like you have to look at countries. Huh? I was gonna say, you have to look at also other countries to Niger, like Sudan. It's been destabilized because of its natural resources like gold, gas, all of the rich properties and resources that country has. They brought a dictator from the Arab League to destabilize and break off the country. South Sudanese have been getting destroyed, killed. They've been because they don't look North Sudanese enough. They've been getting butchered.
Arabs,
so the North Sudanese look more Arab.
Mo, listen to me. You know when South Sudan became independent in 2011, there was tribes that fought against the North. Once they gained their independence, they turned the guns on each other. The South Sudanese tribes.
But again, listen. Whoa.
They can't blame anyone apart from themselves.
Okay, look.
Hey, Mo, bro, you can't keep on interrupting people, man. He was just speaking, bro.
No, but I was gonna make a point.
He was just speaking, bro.
What? I know. Look, are you talking to me or Dr.
I'm talking to you, bro. I said your name directly. So I made sure
I know. But I understood the point that he was trying to say, and I was gonna continue what I was saying before I got interrupted. What I was gonna say is, Dr. R, I understand what you're trying to say, but then again, this all comes it's like a domino effect of what happened with the North Sudanese people. They've been butchering these people for how many years now? You can see all the South Sudanese people running to different countries. All of these people have been getting butchered enough because they don't look Arab enough.
I do not understand why you're getting
my point is they put this dictator in there.
South Sudan is an independent country. Listen, South Sudan is an independent country. The tribes who dominate the country have turned on the other tribes.
Wow, you're speaking like you're not in Africa. That happens in many African countries.
It happens in many African countries.
About in South Sudan. Why is it you want to
but
make
again, it goes back to Niger's point. It goes back to Niger's point where he said that most African countries are weak because again they've been destabilized.
Oh my god. So now you're blaming outsiders now. The problem because of their weakness.
It's a 50-50, bro.
It's both.
Right.
I think we have to take responsibility for making our countries weak
outsiders
and allowing our country to be weak. And then it doesn't mean that the outsiders.
Okay then. Let me give you an example. Congo, yeah. Let me finish. Congo, for example, they always blame Rwanda for all their problems and Uganda, but you got the president. There's a documentary on BBC Africa. The president of Congo is stealing millions or even billions from the elite of the country and powerful people who are ruling the Congo are stealing from the country.
Let me just say this, Dr. R. When they say foreign outsiders did something, what they mean by that is if outsiders were not present, that problem would not be there. That's what they mean. Because the outsiders have an input in what is going on in the continent, and because they have a colonial hold on the continent, you can see why it's possible. If I would do the same, I can tell you right now. If I had that kind of power over a people and I left, I would put controls in place like crazy.
Dr. R, if you saw Europe as tribal as Africa, wouldn't you try to stir up tribe versus tribe, cause chaos and then steal from underneath the nose?
Exactly.
Europe is tribal. The difference is, Europe is
not tribal
towards each other, but at the same time they are united.
No, are you going to see an Englishman go to another Englishman and saying, "Oh, you're from this English clan"?
Oh yes, so you've not seen Englishmen with
they fought about no, they're not tribal. They fought over religion in England, especially because where I live, they fought over Catholic and Protestants. The only people that they criticized and they treated like second-class citizens were the Irish. You have to understand.
So that is nothing. That is not
exactly. This is not clan versus clan.
They do the same to Scottish or
when you have the Northern England. UK went. The Brexit was because of tribalism. The Brexit they didn't want to have.
No, again.
Exactly.
Listen. You get confused. Only me. Wait, listen. Scotland and the English people and the Scottish people are not the same people. The Irish and the English are not the same people. Again, all these countries have been born to unity because they all live next to each other. You understand what I'm trying to say?
They're not the same people. Some
they're
are
not
Baltic
the same people.
Some are Germanic.
They're
not the same people.
Again, that's my point. That's my point. The English people are the same people. They've been classed as the same people. while the Scottish and the Irish are not the same people.
They're Baltic. Yes, that's how they go. They're Baltic people, the Irish and the
Not
Baltic.
the Celtic.
Again,
the
listen,
Celtic.
you're not gonna listen.
English.
Only me.
You're
You're not gonna say an Englishman say that, oh, I'm Germanic, while the Irishman's gonna say I'm Celt. No, they don't go by that.
See, I think you are mixing. You said something about English people being one people. English people are made up of the Anglos and the Saxons. That's why they call
but they consider themselves one people.
And the Irish are considered Celts. So it's not. They are all. I think they too are considered Saxons even. So it's not. They are all not one people.
They were killing each other. They don't. They're not.
Tunaja, you made a great point there. They again, but they don't fight each other. If you know what I mean. They don't say that. Oh, you're from this tribe. No. Because the Englishman sees another Englishman as the same person, while the Irishman sees it different.
In the context of defeating other people, they see themselves as one people. But when it comes down to inside England itself, they do have disputes all the time. They have disputes like North and South divide. Haven't you heard about it?
What dispute then? What dispute? You tell me.
That most of the investment goes to the South. Most of the resources in the country goes to the South, while the North is left.
No. They don't have that dispute. They don't have the most that they argue about is accents, like the Scouse people of Liverpool. Again, all of this.
Can I talk, Mo? Can I talk for a second?
Listen.
Mo, please, let other people also talk, please. Let me talk one time, okay?
You're always interrupting me, only me, but go ahead.
Wallahi, Abu, I'm so sorry. I want to say
everybody since you've been here, bro.
Yeah,
I think he has a lot to say. Let's cut him. Let's cut him a bit of slack. I don't think I've seen him here before. He has a lot to say.
It's fine, Abu. Let me just say one thing. In history, we all know that Europeans were very tribalistic. They were killing each other because of tribe, because of religion, or whatever they may be. They were killing each other. And today, when I look in the chats, somebody's making some noise. Who's making the noise?
Solomon. I think it's Solomon. Oh no, it's not him.
Yeah, please mute. Tribal African, maybe.
It's Lazulu.
Tribal African.
Lazulu.
I don't know. Somebody has a loud. Anyway, you know, until when I go some forums and I listen to the English, how they fight each other. The Irish, they fight and cry over their language that the English took away from them. The Scots, they cry over their country and their traditions. These people are not friends. I have seen them fighting over each other, like about history. The Celts, sorry, I said Baltic before. The Celts don't like the Anglo-Saxons, and Anglo-Saxons were English who were suppressing these people. And now you can see in their forum, they always fight about that. Like, you know, so this thing they have, but it's not prevalent like in our countries, you know. Our country, we literally kill each other for this shit. But they just moved on. They just keyboard warriors, you know. But they come together. They work with each other nowadays. So anyway, that's all I want to say.
Let me just say something quickly. I think what they've done is that you will have your chance to say it. I think what they've done is that they figured out that, okay, as much as they hate each other and they fight each other, but when it comes down to defeating other groups, they come together for their own common interest, and they know how to do that. They know how to overcome their divisions.
England dominated the rest of them, and they all just
I'm talking about generally white people now, the Europeans, what they did. So the Europeans did what they did. Even the England, when they dominated the Irish and all, the Irish almost killed the Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. They killed a royal, a member of a royal family member. So these people were not playing. They were fighting this in English big time until they had to sign a peace deal with them. Same thing goes with Europe. They slaughter each other in the millions, but they know how to set it aside and to come around circles around us. So and they killed each other more than we have ever done to each other. That is crazy. How the little things we've done to each other, we can't get over it.
Teenage Africans have always killed each other, from Biafra to the Rwandan genocide to Congo to Ethiopia to Sudan.
You know how many people died in the Second World War in Russia alone? 23 million.
Exactly.
No, teenager. No, I have to correct you. Teenager, did you know? Teenager, did you know at the end of the century? Did you know the 20th century? More people have died in the 20th century than any other century in the history of mankind. Did you know that?
There's not been as many people on the planet as it has been in this time period.
What does that point? What are you implying by the point? The point is that even during that time when they were slaughtering each other, Africans never slaughtered each other that much. and the Chinese, they did the same thing. So and yet we can't even get
Africans
over our
cannot get
gripes.
over their grunge. They cannot get over their
It's
grunge.
crazy.
Africans are sticking to the past. That's the problem. Africans and black people are always
it
stuck
is
in the
engineered.
past.
Let her finish.
It is in the. We never get out of this situation. We always in the past. He killed me. He killed my mother. He killed my father. You know, we never get over this. We have to understand. We have to get over shit like that. These people went over it, and now
Man,
they're working
yeah, you
together.
really have to respect Europeans, you know, for being able to get
Seriously.
over that. This was slaughter each other in the millions, and they got over it and formed the European Union. You have to respect those leaders that pull that stuff off.
I mean, think about it, bro. If you look at Africa compared to Europe, man, it's like I can rob you, see what I'm saying, my neighbor, or we can get together and we can rob the whole town. We call it Walmart now here. And let's rob Walmart and take in the entire store.
I think African millennia, you're the one having that echo.
Yeah, the echo coming from you, African millennia. We have to mute.
I got a question to ask. Do you think Africa will be taken over again if World War III happens? If millions of Europeans come to Africa, because if millions of Europeans come to Africa, do you think they'll take over? Because I believe it will happen all over again.
Yes.
In a second. They'll take over in a second. We've got nothing to fight them.
If you do not form blocks, yes. If you do not form blocks, yes, they will take your shit over again.
Okay.
Without blocks, yes.
Okay.
I don't think they will.
Oh no, they can do it.
Let the South African brothers speak,
no
bro.
blocks, then no, they don't have the people. That's the thing. Like Europeans,
exactly. That's why I don't think they can.
Okay,
because
guys,
it's one thing to defeat a country, it's another thing to run it.
Talking. Hello.
Hello.
Can you guys stop being rude? Like someone's trying to talk, and you guys don't even like let the person say anything. That's
Are you talking about Lozi? I will be happy to talk over him any day.
Can I just start by greeting everyone on the panel? Okay, so guys, I'm just gonna. I was interested in adding up on the topic of tribalism in Africa. For me personally, Africa is the least tribal place in the world. The problem that most people don't understand is that throughout evolution, Africa is the oldest place where human beings, Homo sapiens, have lived for longer than anywhere. So this means our DNA has diversed more. So we tend to have more tribes compared to anywhere on the world because our tribes are old. So there's more diversity. So that means we've got thousands and thousands of tribes. Then that creates more tensions naturally. It's something that happened naturally. It's not like just tribal. It's because we have got more tribes because we're the oldest people. If you go to Europe is one of the places with young, like those humans are like young. So they didn't have many tribes. That's why it was easy for them to unite at the scale of nations. And it was easy for them to conquer Africa because they were looking for resources, whereas Africa is more it's easy to survive in Africa. So they were more brutal because of the environment. It was more of the environment. The Europeans killed each other more than anyone else in the world. So no, Africans are the least tribal people comparing to the amount of tribes we have to live among ourselves. So we could have had more wars because of the amount of tribes we have, but we didn't have many wars compared to other areas with least tribes.
Lozi, 90% of what you just said is bullshit. So tell me, why is your country killing other Africans?
What he's saying is actually correct.
Oh my God! Can you leave that? Can you leave that? Can you leave that? We don't want to trigger Lozi right now. You don't want to bring his tribalist things
go
out.
around with that one.
I think he has a point. Africans are not as tribal, but when you say that the other groups are not, they don't have so many tribes. They did have tribes. What they did was they killed it off. Let me explain. Because the point is that I used to think like you did before until I saw this in a document about this, how Europeans, because they went to war with each other a lot during the Christianization and all those things that was going on the continent in Europe. So they were killing each other. They destroyed all the tribes. Like in England now, somebody can say I am from London, while their dad will be from Manchester. Because the dad is born in Manchester and they are born in London. It's like where you are born is where you claim you are from. So, but traditionally, that's not how it is. You are from where your dad is from, isn't it? They've killed each other so much that everywhere is where you are, wherever you are born is where you are from now. So it tells you what has gone on underneath the structures of their distinct societies.
But
Tunaja, I was going to make a point and say that
explained that
with the
already
yeah,
said
go ahead,
that
Lodi.
the environment they evolved in pushed them to be like that because it's brutal in Europe to survive on the cold side, on that ice from Africa to move in that side. They had to evolve to be like that. Yes, they wiped so many tribes, but my point is true. Africa has got the oldest tribes. The longer the tribes live, the more you tend to have languages, the more you tend to have diversity. Diversity can bring more differences, and more differences can bring more wars. Africa was supposed to be a place where there's more wars because of many tribes, but it's not. It's the opposite.
It's the opposite, man. Because you got so much space. That's right. You got so much space that even if you got like in Europe, it's different because necessarily I did a thesis on this. In Europe, why you fight? Because you're fighting for what?
Resources,
right? In Africa, what do you have?
A lot of it.
A lot of resources. So you ain't got to fight as much. So that's the reason why Europeans are necessarily cultured the way they are cultured, because necessarily most Africans grew up in Africa, right? You grew up in the sun, you grew up in with enough resources, and you could plant at least twice a year. You can't do that in Europe. You can only plant once a year. So if you fuck up your crops that year, you die. That's a completely different mentality than what most Africans usually have, which is I fuck up this crop, I can start again next month.
Nigel, I was going to come to your other point earlier.
I don't even think.
Where you said.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say earlier. I was going to go back to your point where you said about the English.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm just going to finish one quick point to Nigel about the English, where you said, see, the English have like English between themselves have never been tribal, but they have been like what separated the English was because of religion. It's always been Catholic and Protestants. But again, the Irish, the English, the Scottish, and the Welsh are all different type of people. They're different type of people. What holds them together is the UK. What holds them together is that treaty they made. And England, again, England is among out of all of them, out of the four of them, England is the most powerful. So yes, England decides. So England decides what happens. And England decides. But the Irish have been fighting for hundreds of years. They've even tried to starve these people out, and most of them fled to France, America, most different type of countries, and all because of what the English did to them. So again, even today, where I live in the UK, the Irish and the English, some of them get along, but most of them don't. And the Irish today are trying to get the northern part of, because again, Northern Ireland is part of the UK. They're trying to get the Northern Ireland back, so they make unity within Ireland. But again, the problem with that is, even with the Irish, the religion is separating them. The South being Catholic, the North being Protestant.
Yeah, and the South, I think one of them is basically immigrants from England, because the English moved their own people into Ireland. So that is why you have that division. It's almost like what you have in Australia. You have English people in Australia. They move some people from England into Ireland, and that is why you have that unionist versus Republican tensions. See, Europe, if you look at the list of European countries, groups that want to separate from the countries they are in, because we always like to think that Europeans are homogeneous. They are not. They still have tribes within each other. They manage. They somehow have an IQ to be able to understand that we've killed each other so much that let's just band together and kill the other ones. And they figure that one out. And that's something we need to figure out.
How do you go about it?
We're most diverse than those people. I think it's the diversity in our continent is far more bigger.
You need a bigger target than yourself, which is basically the entire.
I don't know why you keep saying diversity. That didn't stop the Somalis from having one of the longest conflicts on the earth. See, diversity is besides the point. Even Russia, if you look at Russia, some of the Russians look Chinese actually. So if you look at it, it's not necessarily about diversity; it's about your history. If you are and leadership too. You can argue that we don't have very good leadership, at least because of what
history, leadership, and money. Because once you have all three, you can unite anybody. If I give you history, money, and the will, you can do anything. So
you can bring anybody together. The continent has been fighting and having all these disagreements for a long time. For some reason, we need to just make the leap to say, you know what? Yeah, we support our tribe, but when it comes to the continent, we band together too, and fight for our own interests, like other people do.
That's what we do. Don't you think we do that?
I think we are doing that more now. I think I'm beginning to see that more and more every, like when the UK red listed African countries, you can see that most of the African leaders, when they spoke with one voice, you can even feel their power when they are talking like that. And within a week, they removed the red listing. And now African countries are able to manufacture vaccines because African countries spoke with one voice. And not even all of them, it's just Nigeria, the powerful ones actually. Nigeria, South Africa, and this in Ghana, and this is Senegal. These countries were the ones that were really crossed about it, and they spoke out, and they made a lot of change because of it. African countries can manufacture vaccines. I think if they just start banding together, you will start seeing things move forward.
It's because we still have a lot of chains, grip by the European countries. They're still like inside our countries. They control maybe the politics. There's a lot of influence that they have. So we need to see, how do we get them out? All their grip that they have in the continents. If we cannot get those grip out, it will be difficult for us to act as a body.
I don't think it's hard. I really don't think it's hard. I don't. You may think it's hard, last Zulu, because you're thinking, some of you think that America is Thanos. I don't think it's as hard.
To Nigeria, it's really easy. I just want to take example, let me just say Nigeria, okay, because that's my best country in Africa. If they can create the conflict between maybe the Igbos and the Yorubas, and they just need to come to these Igbos. He said, you know what? These Yoruba people want to take your land, okay? They've seen how the Igbos are fighting. We're going to protect you. We'll give you this weapon. Just be part of us. Save yourself from these Yoruba people. They're going to do it.
He's right. I mean, they have ran this game plan literally in every country
they play those little games. So
that's a good point.
They literally do this. They do the same setup every country they go to.
See, let me tell you something now. Let me ask anybody any question here. And I hope if you ask people on the street in Africa, they are likely to give you similar answers. If you ask them, what is the main reasons why Africans are often divided, they will tell you tribalism, government, corruption, and maybe religion. And if you have a leader that gives them an answer to this, I don't think it will matter what tribe they are from. They will follow that leader. And don't make the mistake of thinking that Africans don't have a common view. They do have a common view. They just haven't, or even nations in Africa they do have a common view too. It's just that the leaders haven't tapped into it. Just like we have not used our people, we just haven't tapped into it. And that's why I think it's easier than we think.
To Nigeria, I think the biggest change is coming out from Africans, the ones in the diaspora. I think that's a shift. That's changing the dynamic of the continent a little bit. Because if you see people who were born and raised in Africa, they're always the same. You just need to place this government so that you can have food. They're not there to fight for any political thing to make their country better. They just want the daily bread. And that's
why would they want their daily bread when you are not keeping them secure? Are you keeping them alive? 10 of our black leaders have died in the last 2 years. Why would they make
want
good
the daily bread
decisions?
from the country? If you can provide them food, those in the continent, they're okay.
You mean the citizens?
Yeah, the citizens. That's what they're fighting for. All this revolutionary idea is coming from the diaspora, and it's growing because we start to question. But those people over there, they don't really know. I've got my friends that are in the politics, but when I talk to them, they don't understand anything. So it's easier for them. The white man just need to come and tell them, "Oh, come to France, you be part of this." They're happy. Just the fact that they're sitting in that United Nations building or they're in some kind of special meeting, they are just happy.
Tribal guy, I was gonna say, do you agree with me on this point that the diaspora, the Africans that are in Europe, think differently because the Africans back home see other Africans succeeding as bad?
Yes. Yeah, of course. I think the diaspora is getting big, and I think that there's going to be a massive shift. I think the diaspora is going to change Africa a lot, because we ask questions, we compete,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out. Hey,
this is why I rate Kagami. Kagami from Rwanda, I rate him.
Yo, shout out to MS Delta guy for making a rain in the chat, man. Hey, thank you for
that
supporting
guy,
the channel.
That guy.
Oh, yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. He been dropping money, bro.
No, I know, but
thanks
for showing love, MS Delta guy.
She has used some juju on that guy, and the guy can.
Yeah, I was gonna say Kagami from Rwanda, I rate because he turned that country around in how long was it? A decade? Correct me if I'm wrong, or just above a decade. Like he turned the
I think
country around.
everybody gives Kagame because I was talking about Kagame, but some people say, but if he can make his country that great, I don't know why Equatorial Guinea, which is even a smaller country and a richer country, cannot be better than Rwanda. So for that,
It comes down to the leaders, bro.
I'll give Kagame. I'll respect him for that. He's done a good job. Really.
Let me say something. I think the reason why many Africans, like Kagame, they take their history into account. But personally, I look at it as somebody that just ruling their country with common sense, and we are acting as if because the standard is so low now. That is the problem. I don't think what he has done there is remarkable. Like when the Maya was on the street eating and people were cleaning the street, he didn't like invent a new street sweeping machine that was doing it. It was just people. He just has, you know what? It's a good idea to clean your streets. It's common sense things that he did, and that's what kept the country like this. And I think we shouldn't set our bars so low because his military. If you look at his security posture, it's not that different from other countries. So if he falls, that country can be destabilized quite easily too.
Hey, Naja, all the Nigerians are getting deported from South Africa. What you have to say?
No, not all Nigerians are getting
Come on,
deported from South Africa. Stop slandering. Let's not get involved with South Africa before Lucy say I'm hating South Africans again.
He be there. But he be low blowing like a motherfucker, man. Like that must be your skill, because he just keep doing it, man.
Who is that?
That's me, but I'm saying that's Lazut. I'm saying that, but like he be low blowing, he like a motherfucker. He just be like, I'm waiting on it, and just pow. I'll be like, damn, bro.
I don't need Lozi's drama. Lozi will not let that one go. But anything you say about South Africa is a criticism for him. Other than South Africa is a criticism.
About Somalia, that the one we talk about, the Somalia and the Somaliland. I think the Somalians need to come and explain to me what's going on there, because it's something that I don't really understand. Is it two countries in one country?
I can tell you, I'm Somalis anyways. Somaliland wants to break off Somalia and want their independence. That's all. I mean,
why?
These are similar people, why politics?
Because they are smarter?
No, not politics, not politics.
I think because they are smarter than the other crazy Somalis.
No, the reason Somaliland wants to break away. The reason Somaliland wants to break away is because of 1988 genocide.
No, I'm saying that because they have one of the highest literacy rates.
Let the Somalians speak.
Okay, here you go. Yeah,
okay, so the reason
she was talking, bro. Y'all kind of did just kind of jump all over.
Yeah, so Somaliland wants to break off because before the war, 1980, I think 88,
1988.
87, yeah, the old dictator that we had attacked Somaliland, and that part back then we used to be North Somalia. He attacked North Somalia and he killed a lot of people. He literally took an airplane and killed a lot of people because there were resistance, and he just took airplane like he was attacking another country, and he killed a lot of people. And then a couple of years later, Somalia went into civil war, and Somaliland said, well, fuck off, guys, I want to have my own country. So they want to break off. That is history. But I mean, these are the same people. He asked if they're the same people or not. These are the same people, same ethnic group, but because of that history, that dictator, whatever he did back then, they just don't want to have anything to do with
but they are a complete country on their own. They break away already.
Yeah. They control everything. They have their own money, whatever, everything they control. But the United Nations, the world don't.
And they have one of the highest literacy in Africa right now too.
Yeah,
exactly.
And they have a high level of security post. Their security posture is very good too.
Tribal.
Yeah.
My mother is from that Somaliland region, so I'm gonna try to tell you from my perspective.
Okay.
What I can say is, as only me explained, there was a genocide, but before that, there was discrimination before the genocide happened. The Northerners were getting discriminated by the government.
Like one tribe killing another tribe.
No, it was because one tribe was much more powerful.
Not a tribe.
Yeah,
clan,
the government. I'm gonna try to finish my point without getting distracted. Yes, I was gonna say
the government. Then you said something else.
Listen, I was gonna say. I'm gonna finish my point off. I was gonna say. So this started way before. It started with discrimination. It started with the government being one specific clan and discriminating the Northerners. The Northerners joined because when the English and the Italians left the two parts of Somalia, the northern Somalia got their independence first, and they wanted to join back with their brothers in the south. So what happened is when the Italians left, they wanted to create a unity of Somalia. But then again, what happened is they were doing good. They were doing peaceful. The first two presidents of Somalia was doing good until one of them got assassinated, and then a dictator took control of the country. And this dictator basically he caused a lot of division within the tribe. His own words were, "I'm gonna try to get rid of tribe," but then no, he never, because he put his specific tribe in power. All of the men surrounding him were his tribe, and then he discriminated the Northerners hard. And when the Northerners created resistant groups like SNM to try to fight back, he sent warplanes, he sent tanks, he sent every type of military every type of military gear that he had to kill them. More than 200K of those people died.
Okay.
And what happened is, and then Somalia fell into civil war because of the.
Mo,
Yeah.
you do know that he killed a lot of other tribes too, right?
Yes, but not as bad as the Northerners.
Yeah.
The Northerners were
he
the focus.
literally poisoned water tanks.
Yeah, you talk about the Majetin.
Yes, and a lot villages have
then
disappeared. Villages don't even exist anymore. People died off because he poisoned.
Yeah, but then again.
Yeah, he was freaking crazy person.
Yeah,
okay, guys.
the Northerners.
Hold on.
Anyway,
What was driving him? I want to ask a question, please. What was driving him?
I tell you what was driving him. The first 10 years of his thing was going good, and then he went to war with Ethiopia, right? And after the war, and he started, people, and he started putting a lot of his own clan members, and people were resisting. Different clan members were resisting against him, and he became so paranoid that he could not trust anybody. And anybody who he thought that was resistant, he was bombing and killing or poisoning. You understand? That's what he was doing.
Okay, guys. So just wanted to say that we're gonna do a second live stream. By popular demand, we are gonna speak about the Ukraine thing in about 1 hour. So
No. Fuck Ukraine. Sorry, my language.
Oh,
what's wrong with you, tribal African, bro?
What are you hedge block? Why are you praying the whole time for thing? Why don't you pray for the drought?
Do you see how the Ukrainians are treating the Africans migrant over there?
I've never seen you saying please pray for
Ukraine.
Because look, Somalia. The reason, look. I'll tell you.
We are having drought right now.
Okay.
People are dying.
Yeah,
right
let me
now.
tell you.
Animals are dying.
Okay, I'll tell you
only
why.
me.
I'll tell you why. The reason
Why
I'm
is
praying for
Farmajo
Ukraine,
getting involved with Russia?
Wait.
Okay, wait. We can talk about that. Wait, we can talk about that in the stream. I don't want to talk about Russia right now.
Wait, no. You just tell me why he said that.
Okay, the reason I was saying that, the reason I'm not praying for Somalia and I'm praying for Ukraine is Somalia's internal issues. Like they're doing it to themselves. But Ukraine literally got attacked by another country.
Hello, Somalia did not rain for 2 years. Animals are dying because there's no water. It's drought, and you should pray for rain.
That's a natural cause.
What do I care about Ukraine?
That's a natural cause. That's something that God did.
So you should
God did
pray
that.
for rain for your own people instead of
how am I gonna pray to something that God did?
You
already know
it.
Only me and H Block.
H Block, I got a question for you.
Come later. Just come later. We're gonna do closing statements. So let's start from the top. Let's do Last Zulu, Mo, Tribal, H Block, and let's go.
Okay, I was gonna start off in my first point. My first closing point has to be with the original topic. Are you talking about the original topic? I'll talk about the original topic first.
She said first Last Zulu goes.
Oh, I thought she said from the my bad.
No, Last Zulu.
All right, cool. But like I said, nice discussion. I actually learned a lot necessarily about smaller tribes that I didn't really know of, and actually a tidbit of history that's something I didn't know, something I got a little bit more clarification on. I actually appreciate that. I do agree with necessarily most people on the goddamn panel about this. Fuck Ukraine. We ain't got time for that. We got stuff. Y'all got stuff in Africa y'all need to do. I'm gonna say it like that. So legitimately, no African should be. Your focus should be on Africa. If your focus is anything other than necessarily your country, then you in a whole different ballpark. Necessarily, I wish the best for everybody. I wish every country necessarily thrive and do better. Necessarily, I just hope the Congolese necessarily put their due diligence together and make them deals work like they need to. Other than that, that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome anytime.
Can I go on?
Oh, okay. Is it my turn?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
Mo is here.
most.
Okay, firstly, my closing statements. Yeah, I've also learned I've also learned a lot about Africa in total, or the one not to call certain African groups, i.e., the Kenyans. And my closing statement has to be based on. I was gonna make a few statements. First of all, if H block is Somali, then you're just weird. Second thing I was gonna say is for the East African Federation, I think Liberal made a good point earlier. East African is too diverse, and for everybody to be put in one is going to be total chaos. Everybody needs to fix their certain regions. So I agree with the Horn of Africans making their own federation and the East African, but I don't agree with Congo joining them because I know they're going to try to exploit Congo in a way. And yeah, and I've also it's been a pleasure talking to all of you. Yeah, that's what I was
Mashallah,
gonna say.
mashallah, mashallah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
What does that mean, if you don't mind me asking? I'm sorry.
Mashallah.
Yes.
What was the meaning? And
Something beautiful.
It's
yeah,
just
it does.
like
It's basically meaning
wishes.
mashallah, something
Mashallah
God
means
has. You're going.
No,
Yeah, something like
mashallah
that.
basically means God blessed you.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Okay.
thought. Wait, I
Okay.
thought
Yeah,
something
that's what it means.
beautiful.
Alhamdulillah. So what's
No,
alhamdulillah?
like you say mashallah when you see something beautiful, be like God blessed you. Like if you see a
Okay.
beautiful lady, you say mashallah, which means
Yeah.
Yeah,
God
Or
I'll
if
be
blessed you.
saying
something
it
if something
sometimes.
good happens to you, you say alhamdulillah. If
That
something good
means
happens to you.
thanks to God. Alhamdulillah
Alhamdulillah.
literally means thanks to God.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I've been a Muslim before, I
tribal
just quit.
African, I think.
Yeah. So this is what I'm gonna say about the whole Congolese thing. You say to me, I don't think how they're gonna do it because Congo is a massive region. So I'm not even sure if the decision of Congo to be part of the East African community is all Congo, or is just a region of Congo that wants to be part of that East African community. I'm not sure about that because Congo in itself, they're really divided among different regions. And so if you ask me, I would think Congo needs to work itself, needs to take time and build their country and make it powerful before they think of either joining any other country, any other union, because as well, they can be on their own. They have the capability to make that country as beautiful as whatever they want how they want it to be. And again, to me, when I say the honors should be on their own, people take it to me like some kind of hate thing, but to me, they understand each other better, and I think they've got more advantage. They're all open to the Atlantic Ocean, to the sea, and they're quite related to each other, and it's gonna be more smooth for them to work together and sort out your differences together than joining an East African community that's going to bring a whole group of other kind of people to live to them as one global community. And again, only me, I don't hate Somalians. Sometimes I may be a troll. Sometimes when I troll and people are angry, I like it. I like that energy when they're talking. But really, I just like to troll people. I don't hate Somalians. I have a very good friend here, Abdul. I call him Abdi. Is my mate, and we are cool. So
He's
good
like,
to talk
I'm
to
not
you.
You just
racist.
admitted
I'm
that
not
you
racist.
trolling.
I have a nice, listen, it sounds like I'm not racist. I have a black friend. That's just how it sounded right now.
I ain't gonna lie, but it kind of sounded just like that, man. It was
Right? That's what I'm saying.
like I'm like I'm not racist. I got
Yeah, we're black
my
friends.
black neighbors right over here. My
Yeah,
lawman cleans my yard twice a week.
Yeah,
it was
really.
nice to talk
Anyway,
to all of you. Yeah.
have a nice evening.
Yeah.
Okay, H block, you can go next.
All right, so first of all, I want to thank Africa Millennial for for this type of panel. This is like what we need for all Black people around the world. Just to come together and put our differences aside and just discuss issues that are facing our people, whether in the diaspora or in Africa. So this is very healthy and very helpful. Sometimes we might troll, but like at the same time, we got love for each other. Me personally, I got love for all my Black people. I don't separate. I don't, buy into that whole, labels, Bantus, like, African tribal. No, I'm not trying to, take a shot at you, but I know you're a Bantu supremacist. But what I don't understand is you from Central Africa, but people in most Bantus are in East Africa, and they don't even care as much as you do. So I don't even know if you're a real Bantu because you're from Cameroon. Do you even speak a Bantu language? But I'm gonna leave it at that. And Mo said something about H Block being Somali is weird, bro. Just because I'm Somali, I don't have to agree with you everything. I'm very open minded. Yeah, I don't think like you. I don't think like most Somalis. I'm not tribalist. I see things at different perspectives. I'm not here just to like defending Somali people all the time, even if I'm wrong. But that's what you guys are doing. Sometimes you're wrong, but you're sticking with. I'm more logical, bro. Like I see issues from different sides. You know what I mean? I use logic, so I am 100% Somali. I have Bantu in me, yes, I do, but I'm also mostly Hawiye, so I'm 100% Somali. So that's all I wanted to say.
Say something in your language.
Uh, waa qurux badan tahay.
Okay, Midasi. Okay, thank you. I believe Lozi can go next.
Oh, okay, thanks, African millennial. Thank you. Look, I'll start with the Congo because that was the topic of the day. Congo joining the East region. For me, I will support it, but I don't think it's gonna be good for Congo as they aiming. But I do believe that there is a progress, and the leaders, they do know something, and they definitely know what they're doing. Even though Congo has been disappointing for quite some time. I will say it's better to see another African country exploiting another African country than to see the Western exploiting African countries. Because I believe if we exploit each other, at least we might be building still on the ground than when outsiders exploit us. They just take it away. I'm not saying East Africa should exploit DRC, but I'll rather have Kenya exploit DRC than China exploiting DRC. If I make sense. But then we as Black people, we are only failing because we are using a borrowed system, if I make sense. So we live in a capitalist world today, and this is a European system. The whole system is designed to serve the descendants of the Europeans first, on top of the food chain, without a doubt. So whatever we do, as long as we are bounded by this system, we are bound to fail. It's like it's designed for us to fail, especially as Africans. We are like far away with the darker shades, But I believe I've targeted the rich, the Black rich groups, which is like you got the Black Americans, you got the Caribbeans, you got the South Africans, you got the Nigerians, you got the Kenyans. If you put these 5 groups together, we don't even own a bank of our own where like our rich elites put money there to invest in projects in Africa. Right now, the Black Americans alone, they hold so much wealth, but we wait for China to invest billions in Africa, whereas the Black Americans alone, they can cover all the loans that China has been putting in Africa. So why ain't they investing, which it's gonna be beneficial to the Black race? But I understand why they're not doing that. Here's the deal. When China invests in Africa, they don't just pour in money. They come with technology. They come with their industries. Black Americans don't have corporations where they've invented things and they own the task of those things. Black South Africans don't. Black Nigerians don't. The Caribbeans don't. It's only now, if you look at projects like the Dangote one, where he's building the largest oil refinery in the world, it's been 62 years. He had to wait. Nigeria has been 62 years independent. We had to wait for that long. And if you look at the shareholding in that project, who's helping Dangote? Who's another Black man helping Dangote? You got Black Americans. They've got more than 15 billionaires. None of them is also pouring money to invest there and work with Dangote. We've got DRC, is the richest country on earth. They've got largest iron ores. They've got platinum. They've got all kinds of minerals. But if you go there and look at the mining, who owns the mining there, it's not even Black Africans. What we do is to line up for Gucci store. If you come to South Africa now and go and see what's happening for the Gucci store, you get queues there. Here, you find queues, Louis Vuitton. We can have wealth for
Is
those
that
things,
Lozi or somebody hijacked Lozi's account?
you see, so for me, we don't have excuse to look at DRC and say, why are we not improving? The only thing I can say, we are not improving because we don't have technology. We don't own corporates because we are using a borrowed system. That's the only thing I see here. Other than that, there's no excuse.
You don't have manufacturing. That's your issue. You don't have manufacturing bases at all. So once if you can't manufacture nothing, you can't make nothing. You can't make nothing. You can't sell nothing. You can't sell nothing. You have no power. So
exactly.
Absolutely,
in that order.
I agree with you.
That's how it works. The order, has it changed or something? Because I thought I was even before Lozi, but somehow Lozi has gone ahead.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys skipped over, man. I'm sorry.
Because you did tell all of South Africa through your social media updates that you are not okay at all.
Something is going on. I think what Lozi said right now, just now, was very different from what I normally hear from Lozi. So, and most of it, I agree. Most of it, I agree with. I think, you see, if you believe in some of all these things that you just said just now, it tells you that when you discuss South Africa, your feelings get in the way and patriotism get in the way.
No, you don't listen to me when I talk.
Because you don't
That's
say
one thing
those
I've realized.
things.
You
You
don't
tend to
listen to
insult
me.
people. I had to rein you in sometimes from insulting people constantly when you are talking to them, because I think, see, I understand where you're coming from, and I still think it's still there.
Niger, you don't
When you're
listen
talking
to me
about a
when I
country,
talk.
you see, you are doing it already. When you're talking about a country, you talk from serious feeling. I understand. I'm not going to fault you for that. But everything you said just now is, in a way, I agree with almost 100%. 100%. I don't even see anything I disagree with, really. So, if I'm to add anything, I would say it's not as hard as we think to make this transition, even for the African Americans, because they already have the money in their pocket. I think it's mindset. That's our problem. We just haven't switched our mindset. They say, you know what? This is the opportunity we have now. Let's use it to build. Because
it's not too late.
It's not too late, and I think it's possible. It just, like all this conversation we're having, some of them are listening to it, some people are passing information to them, and don't be surprised. What Lozi just said was that some other person will say it. I've been saying this stuff about African Americans for a long time because I know about their buying power. I ask myself, how is it that Oprah Winfrey, with all her money, she comes to Africa and just builds a school, which is all fine, but she has a lot of money. She builds a school, but she could buy a company there in America that does construction and start sending them to Africa to start making money for her. She could just do that.
But you see, to Niger, that's what I said exactly. Like, you see, here's the difference. If Mine of London comes to invest in South Africa now for they saw a region with too much platinum or gold, they've already got machines, they've got technology. Black Americans, yes, they've got a little amount of wealth they've accumulated from the global system in America because they are in the heart of it, right?
Yeah.
But they don't have that capacity to come in Africa and do their own things. And anyway, the system won't allow them. As I said, we are bounded.
Why would the system not allow them?
I've already explained that we are using a borrowed system. This system is not designed for black men. This system is designed for the
Then
Europeans.
you challenge the system, but nobody has challenged the system. Secondly, let me make the point. I hear you. Go ahead.
You fast to talk.
I was the one talking, so
you don't want to listen. I mentioned banks. You know where they get us? The whole banking system. Africa doesn't even have a banking system.
Not a central one.
The banking system we are using is a borrowed system. Even the exchange, the trade we are using, how we exchange, how we buy things, it's not our system. Africa didn't have this system before. It's a borrowed system and it's not designed for us. It's not designed to cater to us. Why is pound, euro, dollar always superior? If they colonize an African country, when the whites lead, when the president is white, the currency can be equal to dollar. But the moment they give the so-called independence to the natives, all of a sudden their currency goes down. It's now inferior to dollar or pound or euro. That's how the system is designed. It's not designed to allow anyone to go above it.
The way it works is that because most people, their currency is pegged to the dollar because they have to trade in dollars. The Chinese, there is an example of how you can overcome these things. One, you have to start making things so that even when they spend their money, they have to spend it in your economy. And also, you too can start manipulating your currency if you have the clout to be able to resist them. Because you remember they were accusing the Chinese of currency manipulation recently, about 10 years ago or so, when the Chinese decided that, you know what, you guys have had enough free ride on this one. I too will manipulate my currency. And they lost that argument because that's what they do all the time. They manipulate currency to favor themselves. So
All right.
I want to say something about this in the main topic. Actually, the this in Congo. I think that Congo joining East African Bloc is a good thing. A lot of people don't seem to think that. One of the reasons why is that, one, you are moving them further away from the French, and secondly, you are also going to provide some more impetus for, or speed up the industrialization of Congo. If it's going to industrialize, that should help it, because many of the East African countries seem to be more, they are traveling in that direction better. If you look at Tanzania, if you look at Kenya, it's moving in the right direction. So if the only option Congo has also is to, maybe they could have gone to Angola, but the other countries are not viable. So I think it's a good thing. If only for the French one, that's just a blinder, if you ask me. And besides, it doesn't hurt to have more Bantus in East Africa.
Okay, thank you. And I think there's 2 more people that need to go. Who needs to go to say their last?
I think it's That's Nice.
Oh, hey. So yeah, when it comes to this Congo thing, I think personally, Congo need to play a safe game. When it comes to even though they already joined, they're already part of the East African community at this point. So, but they need to they need to play a safe game when it comes to Congo, because the leader actually of this East African community is Paul Kagame. Also, president of Kenya, basically, they're the 2 main leaders. So
yeah,
these 2 men are not dumb. They know what they're doing. So they know if you control Congo resource, you basically control, who comes in Congo, who leaves the Congo, basically.
You control the Congo resources, you control the resources of half the nation.
Exactly. So they know what they're doing. They're not stupid. And if Congo really want to be treated fair, they need to understand that your job is your job is the resource. That's the only reason you're joining in this East African community. You're not joining because they like you or they want to be part of you. That's not reason to join. Because I know for a fact that a lot of East African do not really kick with a lot of Central African Bantus, basically. East African Bantu don't kick. I know, I've been around South Africa. They don't kick with them. They don't intermarry with them. A lot of East African Bantu view themselves as brothers and sisters more than they view them. Congolese as their brothers and sisters. They view them as, they view them as Bantu, but not the same Bantu as they are, basically. So personally, I think Congo need to play a safe game when it comes to this, and if they want to be successful in this part of this East African community. I also wanted to touch on the Bantu who's not Bantu. At the end of the day, Bantus, Tikus are Bantu. They are Bantu people. I get it. I get what Keza was trying to say. I get it. Like, personally, my mom, she's basically 28% of genetic is Somali. No, Ethiopian, then 12% is Somali. Basically, that's a mixed person. But she speaks up Bantu language, and and her blood is more dominant. I don't think it's more dominant, but she got Bantu blood, so basically they view her as a Bantu, person. Most East African Bantu have, majority, they have more dominant blood is Bantu. Even though, yes, 90% of them are mixed with Kushir and like era, whatever we want to consider, but they do speak a Bantu language, and and the more dominant blood is Bantu. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. And did you have any closing last remarks as a Congolese on this?
My last remark is that, listen, Congo need to play a safe game. I mean, like I said, I'm very conflicted about this because Congos are Bantu. They are part, but I know how East Africans are. I know how they think, I know how they move. I might not look like them a lot, but but I know how I think like them, and I move like them. So I am East African, my mom's side. So I know how they are. I've been around them. So I just say they need to play a safe game because a lot of them got a superior mindset when it comes to other group of people, and not only East African countries. So
Okay. All right. No, thank you. Thank you. And are you going to come to the next show?
yeah.
Okay, guys. Guys, I will be back. I know I cut the show short, but you guys keep on bothering me about the Ukraine situation. So I'll talk about it only as it pertains to Africans, not as the actual situation. I don't care what's happening in Ukraine, right? But people are like, you guys need to be speaking about it because there's Africans there. So I'll talk about the Africans in there and why I actually don't feel that bad for the Africans that are there. Yeah, I said it. I don't. But yeah, I'm going to talk about that next. And thank you guys for being here. I think it was a very heated panel. I'm not going to lie. It was very loud, but there was some information that was said. Like there were some facts, there was some learning. So at least that was good. At least that part was good. But anyways, guys, I'll see you guys in 40 minutes. We'll be back to speak about the Africans in Ukraine situation and why I don't know why these Africans are complaining. Like, did you not know that the rest of the world doesn't care about you? It's only now you see the rest of the world doesn't. Anyway, I'm gonna talk about them later. So anyways, I'll see you guys in 40 minutes. If you guys are still awake, you can make it. If you have to sleep, watch the playback. I'll see you guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks MS Delta Guy. Thanks for Just Call Me Brian. Last Zulu. Who else? There was somebody else who donated. Let me see. Oh, yes. The people in the banner. Thank you guys for your financial support. And I'll see you guys in 40 minutes. I keep saying that. Thanks for being here. And yeah, I'll see you guys soon. So bye.